Wow, look at everybody filing in. Thank you for, hi Jamie. Good, how are you? How's everybody? Awesome. Well, welcome to Drexel University, the second greatest academic institution in the city. We're in the shadow of, I refer of course to Community College of Philadelphia. Is anybody from CCP here? I actually was just thinking about this. You should be. Okay. You're at Cultural Dynamics, co-creating a vision for Philadelphia. We're thrilled to be joined by Shayne Frederick for an opening performance on the grand piano, and I gotta commend the GPCA for bringing a 10 p.m. musician to a 9 a.m. event. That's really exciting. Shayne Frederick is a vocalist, pianist, composer, curator, and educator, and has been captivating audiences for 20 years. Downbeat calls them soulful. All About Jazz says he's a shining light, and the Philadelphia Inquirer hails his silken baritone and elegant charm, and he smells really, really good. He's electrified TEDx, NPR, innumerable international stages, and global airwaves. Outside of serial residencies at the PMA, South Jazz Kitchen, and the Four Seasons JG Sky High, where we should be meeting, Shayne serves as pianist, composer, and vocalist for former poet laureates band Yolanda Wisher and the Afro Eaters. Highly recommend checking them out. And tours as narrative vocalist with Ruth Naomi Floyd's Frederick Douglass Jazzworks. Shayne's voice is also featured on recordings on Rope-A-Dope Records and Outside in Music. And his compositions have been featured in films and commercials. Shayne recently completed a term as a board governor of the Philadelphia chapter of the Recording Academy and had a stint on faculty at the storied University of the Arts, RIP, before his recent appointment to Temple University. Shayne is also a curatorial collaborator for the United States semi-quincentennial celebration in Philadelphia. He will release his 6th recording, Treasures, in early 2025. Let's welcome Shayne.
Thank you, Anne. As you said, it is way too early to be here. It's kind of musically. Here we are. Usually this is about 10 p.m. for me, okay? This is not sunlight music, but we're going to start with something that became a civil rights anthem. And I wanted to bring Nina Simone into the room, if that's okay. It was written by a gentleman named Dr. Billy Taylor. And then Nina Simone took a hold of this song and made it a treasure. I wish I knew how it would feel to be free. I wish I could break all the chains holding me. I wish I could say all the things I should say them loud, say them clear for the whole wide world to hear. I wish I could be just like a bird in the sky. How sweet it could be if I found that I could fly. I'd soar to the sun, down to the sun, and look out at the sea. Then I'd sing, 'cause I know how it feels to be free. I could be just like a bird in the sky. How sweet it could be if I found that I could fly. I'd soar to the sun and look down at the sea. Then I'd sing, 'cause I know. Then I'd sing, 'cause I know. Then I'd sing, 'cause I know. Yeah, then I'd sing, 'cause I know. Then I'd shout, 'cause I know. Then I'd sing, 'cause I know. 'Cause I know how it feels. Ooh, be free. To be free. Thank you. That song certainly is like a part of the existential crisis that we face even today. What does it feel like to be free, right? Specifically as creatives in a world that seems to be struggling against creativity and creation. There's a season for everything. There's a time for spring, fall, a time to live, but most of all, there's a time for love. A time for summer sky, for hummingbird and butterfly, for hummingbirds and tender words that harmonize with love. A time for climbing hill, for leaning out of windowsill, admiring the daffodil above. A time for holding hands together, a time for rainbow colored weather, a kind of make-believe that we've been dreaming of. As time goes drifting by, the willow bends, and so do I. Oh, my friend, whatever sky above, I know that there's a time for spring, time for fall, but best of all, the time for love. A time for holding hands together. A time for rainbow-colored weather. A kind of make-believe that we've been dreaming of. As time goes drifting by the willow bend, and so do I. But oh, my friend, whatever skies above, I know that there's a time for spring and a time for fall. But best of all, a time for love. A time for love. Okay, thank you. And I'm going to leave you with the song that was left on the cutting room floor, and then it became this guy's most popular song. And it reminds us of who we are. We know Louis Armstrong. So they hated the song and they threw it away. And then someone found it later and it became his iconic song. So sometimes what's on the floor is probably what should be on the pedestal. We find that out sometimes later. But the story remains true. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I say to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue, clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky. Also on the faces of people wandering by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. Your babies cry. I'll watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Oh, yeah.
Another well-deserved round of applause. An artist can be thoughtful and an artist can be thought-provoking. And in that 15 minutes, Shayne was both. So thank you for bringing it. Once again, good morning. My name is Patty Wilson Aden. I'm the president and CEO of the Greater Philadelphia Cultural Alliance, and I am so pleased. I'm honored to be here with all of you today, both in this room and virtually. We're going to engage in a critical conversation about the role of arts and culture in building stronger, healthier communities. Last January, I had the opportunity to attend a convening hosted by the White House Domestic Policy Council and the National Endowment for the Arts in Washington, D.C. It was called Healing, Bridging, Thriving, a summit on arts and culture in our communities. And it began like today, with a group of individuals coming together from a variety of sectors and industries to examine ideas and policies and actions that support and optimize the ways arts and culture contributes to health and well-being in our communities. Dr. Maria Rosario Jackson, chair of the National Endowment of the Arts, asked a provocative question that day. What if the arts could be fully embedded into our policymaking, our civic decisions, and the programs of our various agencies? Let me say that again. What if the arts could be fully embedded into our policymaking, our civic decisions, and the programs of our various agencies? Chair Jackson's question sparked a robust discussion about how arts, humanities, and our diverse cultural ecosystem are an essential piece of realizing the broader vision of our communities. The conversation emphasized that this sector and the individuals and organizations it is comprised of are not to be mistaken as an afterthought in our civic planning, but rather that this sector is a vital tool that can shape and enhance the future of our region. Now, I was inspired, so I asked myself the question, what if we brought this discussion and those ideas here to Philadelphia? The role of arts and culture and the humanities have never been more urgent. The arts have always been a powerful tool for healing, bridging divides, and helping communities thrive. Now more than ever, we must harness that potential. So as we prepare for a new presidential administration, many unknowns lie ahead. We all remember previous attempts to eliminate funding for the National Endowment for the Arts, an attack on the vital support for artists and cultural organizations nationwide. The lesson is clear. We must insulate ourselves from the unpredictability of politics. The financial support of one administration can be quickly undone by the next. A dedicated arts fund would provide the necessary stability, but we must explore additional strategies. Our traditional reliance on public and philanthropic funding is no longer enough. We need new business models better suited for the future. That said,
Let me be clear. The public sector cannot, must not abdicate its responsibility to invest in the creative sector. No other sector contributes so much in so many ways to the public good. The arts are a critical part of public infrastructure, generating jobs, improving our quality of life, and creating spaces where dialogue and community building can happen. We deserve, and I'm going to say we must demand a sustained public investment in the arts. We must act in solidarity across this industry with all of our stakeholders and in collaboration with allies to call on cultural, philanthropic, public, and private sector supporters to work with us to address the pressing needs of our communities. Together, we can ensure that the arts are not sidelined in favor of short-term solutions or political cycles. This spirit of energetic activism and willing solidarity is exactly what we need today. Despite the uncertainty ahead, this is a moment of great possibility. The creative sector in Philadelphia has never been more united, and the collaboration between the Greater Philadelphia Cultural Alliance, Creative Philadelphia, and PA Humanities to present this convening is a testament to that. Together, we share a commitment to building a vibrant cultural future. We're ready to seize this moment and turn it into action, working toward a cultural plan that reflects our shared ambitions, and most importantly, advocating for the creation of a dedicated arts fund that will provide stability and support for artists and cultural organizations for generations to come. The Cultural Alliance is prepared to embrace future challenges and opportunities, beginning with today's conversation and the launch of our new strategic plan, which will guide the next chapter of our work. We call on artists, cultural institutions, and stakeholders across the Philadelphia region to join us in paving a bold new path forward. I want to highlight 3 critical strategic shifts for the organization that we've identified as part of our year-long strategic planning process. Building connections. We're expanding from serving primarily nonprofit organizations to fostering connections across the entire creative sector, aiming to represent and unite not only organizations, but also individual artists, creative entrepreneurs, and other stakeholders around a shared vision and collaborative solutions. Advocating for public investment. We are shifting our advocacy from seeking arts funding as a survival measure to promoting public and philanthropic investment in the arts as essential for the health, well-being, and vibrancy of Philadelphia. And finally, uniting us all. The Cultural Alliance is moving from focusing on services to our member organizations to uniting the creative sector, our allies, and our stakeholders in a movement that asserts arts and culture as a vital civic value that is essential to the public good. That is exactly why we are here today. We know that the arts are not just a driver of revenue. We are a beacon of hope, a source of healing, and a catalyst for change in our neighborhoods and beyond. Later this morning, you'll hear Chair Jackson directly about her work at the National Endowment for the Arts. Over the past 5 years, the NEA has awarded 568 direct grants across Pennsylvania, totaling nearly $24 million. These grants have supported some of the region's most beloved institutions, like the Black Pearl Orchestra, the Asian Arts Initiative, and Mural Arts Philadelphia. Jane, I was expecting you to go woohoo, like you usually. Imagine a Philadelphia where arts are a driving force in solving our city's most pressing challenges. where cultural organizations serve as bridges between diverse communities, fostering understanding and collaboration. Picture a city where every resident, regardless of background, has access to creative experiences that enrich their lives. This is the Philadelphia we aspire to. And the Cultural Alliance is committed to being the catalytic force that helps spark this transformation. Today, we are poised for a brighter, more equitable future. We have the tools for partnerships and the passion to make it happen. And now is the time for us to act together, to heal, to bridge, to thrive. As we continue our work to strengthen the arts in our communities, it's fitting that we've gathered here at Drexel University, a place where innovation and collaboration thrive. I want to thank Drexel for hosting us today and for the ongoing leadership in supporting the arts and cultural initiatives here in Philadelphia. Their commitment to our shared vision of a creative, inclusive future here in Philadelphia is invaluable. I'd also like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to our generous sponsors, the William Penn Foundation, the Culture and Community Building Fund, the Pew Center for Arts and Heritage, and the Pew Charitable Trust. Your support makes this work possible. It enables us to continue pushing the boundaries of what arts can do and achieve in our communities. And we're deeply, deeply thankful for your support. It's my pleasure to introduce two key partners who helped make today possible. Interim President of Drexel University, Denis O'Brien, followed by the Executive Director of the William Penn Foundation, Shawn McCaney.
Good morning. I'm a little taller than the average person here. Let's see what we can do. Is Shayne still here? Did Shayne leave? Hey, Shayne, you made my day better today. Thank you so much. All of the rest of the meetings are going to feel good after that. So thanks. Thank you all so much for being here today. On behalf of the entire Drexel University community, I am delighted to welcome you to this important and timely conference. I want to extend a special welcome to our keynote speaker and current chair of the National Endowment for Arts, Chair Maria Rosario Jackson. Chair Jackson, your inspiring vision and leadership have galvanized the arts, not only to keep pushing the boundaries of innovation, but also to build stronger and more resilient arts and culture ecosystems by promoting civic health, economic growth, and human flourishing. Thank you for your service to our nation. Thank you. Well, you all know it takes a village of committed art advocates, scholars, practitioners, and leaders to organize and stage a conference like we have here today. And we have assembled quite a village here. We have our two principal partner organizations that are chiefly responsible for conceiving and planning this conference: the Greater Philadelphia Cultural Alliance, led by Patricia Wilson Aden, and it's great to see you again. We worked together for years. It's really nice to see you again. PA Humanities, led by Laurie Zierer. Good to see you. We have terrific partnerships with the City of Philadelphia, including Creative Philadelphia, led by Chief Cultural Officer Valerie Gay, Commerce Director Alba Martinez, and Council Member at Large Isaiah Thomas. Thank you for your support. We also have valued media partners, WHYY and the Philadelphia Citizen. We have critically important philanthropic support from our partnership friends, the Cultural and Community Power Fund, the Pew Center for Arts and Heritage, the Pew Charitable Trust, and the William Penn Foundation. We have Drexel faculty, students, and staff from our outstanding Westphal College of Media, Arts, and Design. They are passionately committed to a shared mission for our city and region's arts and culture. I particularly want to do a shout out to our Westphal Dean, Jason Schupbach. Where are you, Jason? He's hiding all the time. How about that? Jason and our students and faculty have worked to put this program together, and many of our students from the arts administration and arts entertainment major have been involved. They have worked tirelessly to make sure this conference is a success. Drexel's missional commitment to arts and culture is part of our DNA. A.J. Drexel founded this institution 133 years ago to provide practical post-secondary education to men and women of modest means and all backgrounds. He also believed that authentic engagement with great works of art was a practical and essential part of a fully rounded education and a more meaningful life for everyone. So he arranged for this institution to acquire great works of art from Europe, and those works became the foundation's Drexel's extraordinary collection. To underscore the primacy of the arts, Drexel was founded, get this, as the Drexel Institute of Arts, Science, and Industry. You might say that Drexel began as an arts-first institution. Woo woo! There you go. Is that you, Jason, or is that somebody else? No? Okay. And we continue to believe that engagement with arts and culture is essential for human flourishing. We know that having a thriving arts and culture ecosystem in Philadelphia with broad access, engagement, and participation is good for all of us. It's good for our physical and mental health. It's good for our economic health, and it's good for our civic health. That's why we must continue to cultivate broad, dynamic partnerships and alliances that mobilize our collective talents and energies in arts and culture. This conference presents us with an opportunity to lay the foundation for creating a brighter, healthier, greener, more equitable, more inclusive, and more prosperous future for our city and our region. Let's make the most of today. As we plan for our nation's 250th birthday in 2026, let's keep working together to make arts and culture in Philadelphia an even more powerful force for the greater good. Thank you very much. Enjoy today's conference.
Thank you, Denis. Shawn?
First thing to say is I own more than one suit. It was all that was clean today. I apologize. This is my go-to-meeting suit. I also want to express our deep thanks and gratitude to Patty and her amazing team at the Greater Philadelphia Culture Alliance for bringing us all together for this important conversation. I also want to thank all our co-sponsors and our gracious host, Drexel University. And I'm pleased to be joined today by my amazing colleagues at the William Penn Foundation, Elliot Weinbaum, Barbara Wong, Hilly Murray, Lindsay So, Rebecca Morley, and Samantha Redamar. I want to thank them for their work over many, many months to make our recent $8 million investment in the Philadelphia Cultural Fund possible that was announced last week. Thank you. As we gather to work together toward a new vision for this city in which the arts foster social impact, economic prosperity, and promote joy, beauty, and renewed imagination, it's hard to ignore the fact that so many of our fellow citizens have recently voted for a national vision fueled by a rhetoric of hate, fear, and darkness. People continue to ask, how could so many thinking people do the unthinkable? How could so many of our fellow citizens be lured by lies, feel fulfilled by false promises, and heartened by hate? To help at least partly answer that question, I'll mention that I was fortunate enough to recently have a conversation with Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, who has been an important national voice, raising the alarm about the general withdrawal from society, the breakdown of civic and cultural and community engagement, and the growing pandemics of loneliness and isolation in our nation. And during that conversation, Senator Murphy cited the statistic that compared to the 1990s, today, half as many Americans trust their fellow Americans to make decisions on behalf of the country. So as the senator pointed out, that's the definition of democracy, right? Trusting each other enough to make decisions about our collective public life. Now, the conditions that have driven us apart and have reduced our trust in each other come from many sources. Changes in technology that distract us or substitute for real human interaction, changes in our economy that have limited opportunity and life chances for too many of our fellow citizens, changes in the way we build, organize, and live in our communities that cause us to separate and isolate from each other. And particular to this conversation, underinvestment in civic and cultural assets, institutions, and shared public spaces that provide the common places to build community. Too many of our fellow citizens feel unheard, marginalized, cut off from opportunity, unmoored by the rapid changes in our society. So the aims of achieving true social impact and greater economic prosperity through the arts can only be achieved by first wrestling with the more fundamental issue of rebuilding community and rebuilding trust and faith in each other. But we have fewer, more powerful tools at our disposal to rebuild connections, rebuild understanding, and reimagine a more positive future than the arts. For what are the arts, if not our most important form of self-expression, of connecting across differences to communicate our shared humanity, our common histories, our same stories to each other? And what are the arts, if not one of our most powerful reasons to gather, share space, celebrate, and take part in common experience? The work to build a new vision, a new national vision of hope, understanding, and promise can only happen within local communities, in local conversations like this one. Thousands of local conversations and thousands of communities across the country. So let our conversation be that first conversation. As we think about the role of the arts to achieve positive social impact and broader prosperity, let us freight our local work with national purpose. Let Philly show the way. Let the birthplace of the nation be the place of the rebirth of our national community. Let our local conversation spark a national referendum on renewal and re-engagement. Nearly 250 years ago, we in this city invented the dream of America. We can do it again. We can dare to create a better dream built on shared values and a common purpose instead of the things that separate and divide us. So this is important work. The long-term viability of our communities and our very republic depend on it. So I want to thank you for your collective leadership and your willingness to engage in the hard work for this most important task of our time. Thank you.
We're off to a fantastic start. Thank you for those inspiring words. Ann?
Is it this mic or that mic? This one? Okay, great. I wasn't expecting to see this, but hi, everybody. And thank you, Denis and Shawn, for those lovely remarks and opening up the program. I am your MC, so that's why I'm surprised to see this. I feel like I'm supposed to sit on the couch and say something really important. I'm just going to help you transition from sector to sector of the day. As I look around me, I see a lot of familiar faces of friends and colleagues. And so I wanted to encourage you all to turn to a neighbor and say hi. Maybe, you know, and the other thing is I'm also just realizing I see a lot of transitions, new EDs, former EDs, people who've been deputized. So if you're talking to a complete stranger, I might offer the prompt, you know, where were you, where are you going? So yeah, let's just take a second to get to know our neighbors in the audience.
But they don't have in the notebook where you come in, so I apologize.
It's
for
okay,
stepping-
no, it's totally fine. It's just so funny. It's still kind of. What's that? All righty, all righty, all righty. All righty, all righty, all righty. Is it on? Do you hear me? Oh, do you hear me? All righty. Oh, is that better? Do you hear me now? There it is. Yes. All righty. All righty, all righty. All righty, all righty. Shayne just taught me that one. That was also on the cutting room floor. All right, once again, I'm Ann Ishii. sometimes known as the program director at United States Artists, previously known as executive director at Asian Arts Initiative. So I'm really personally very pleased to be here. Also joining such a lovely cohort of cultural leaders in Philadelphia. Today I am your MC. So no opinions, just MCing. You're welcome. For those who can't see me, I guess I would describe myself as a smoking hot Asian woman with giant balls hanging around her neck. And but you know, if you need a friend, talk to Tayyib. So now that everybody has kind of gotten to know each other, I'm just going to explain the order of the day. I make this joke every time, but I really can't get used to wearing readers because I still feel like I'm 21. Like, why is she wearing readers? She must be so young. To start the day, we will dive into the state of Philadelphia's cultural community with Patricia Wilson Aden from the Cultural Alliance and Laurie Zierer at PA Humanities, followed by, I know, I love how they're hiding. Hello. Followed by From Action Plan to Cultural Plan, presented by Val Gay. Yay! City of Philadelphia. Val will provide an overview of Creative Philadelphia and the citywide culture plan that will be weaved into the panel discussions this afternoon. Our keynote chair, Maria Rosario Jackson, Ph.D. Dr. Jackson from the National Endowment of the Arts will share more about work at the federal level and how that can be reflected on the local level. Following this keynote will be a conversation with Chair Jackson and Jason Schupbach from Drexel University. Our three panel discussions are an opportunity for Q&A from the audience during each session, the role of arts and culture in building a thriving Philadelphia, arts, culture, and community power building, creative and cultural pathways to healthier and greener communities. To submit your questions, we will have Poll Everywhere active throughout the full panel discussions. If needed, you can find the Wi-Fi credentials for the Drexel Guest Network on screen. Once connected to the network, open a web browser to be directed to Drexel Guest Welcome page. And if you're not automatically redirected, point your browsers to drexelguest.drexel.edu. Once you reach the welcome page, select sponsored user, link and log in with the username and password credentials provided. You can submit your questions. Sorry, this is long, it's almost over. You can submit your questions via the web link or text pollev.com/GPCA or text GPCA to 22333. The Poll Everywhere information will be listed at the bottom of the screen on stage when the poll is active. And we will have the poll active throughout the full panel discussion to submit your questions throughout the session. Please note the keynote session and keynote conversation will not be taking audience questions. Our first session of the day is State of Philadelphia's Cultural Community with Patty Wilson Aden, President and CEO of the Greater Philadelphia Cultural Alliance, and Laurie Zierer, Executive Director of PA Humanities. Together, they will share about their joint research reports focusing on our local, state, and regional cultural sectors. Patty and Laurie.
So we're following a smoking hot Asian woman with big balls. I'm not intimidated at all. So today, much of our discussion will center on the role and the potential of the arts, culture, and humanities to address many long-standing challenges. We're going to optimize, hopefully, our role in civic decision-making, and our goal is to create communities that serve and support all of our neighbors in Philadelphia. These conversations, however, must be grounded in a larger context, the big picture about our sector. So I'm pleased to welcome my partner in so many ways, Ms. Laurie Zierer of PA Humanities, to share some of our research findings that add dimension and details that are so crucial to having a clear objective, and true understanding of the state of our creative sector. This type of research is core to the mission of the Cultural Alliance, and we often work in collaboration with PA Humanities to gather data from our colleagues in the cultural sector, the visual arts, the performing arts, museums and heritage sites, organizations with smaller budgets, and organizations with large multi-million-dollar budgets. We analyze that data so that we can all understand what's happening in the creative and cultural sector. We share our analyses to help organizations make decisions regarding their operations and programs. We also use our research findings to inform key decision makers. Those are the elected officials, the foundations, and philanthropists. So I've already talked a lot about the Cultural Alliance. So Laurie, why don't you tell our guest a bit about PA Humanities?
Thank you so much, Patty. I'm truly honored to be here with you today to join what I see as a really powerful collaborative movement for change. It's not only Patty and myself, but Val Gay from Creative Philadelphia, funders who are gathered here, as well as Dr. Jackson and all of you present. You showed up for us, and everyone who is online. We're all here to ask, what if? Now, those of you who know me know that I speak from the heart, from my experience, from deep knowledge about data, but most importantly, from a space of our deep relationships. If you don't know me, I'm going to do a little bit of an introduction, but in between time, I want you to grab your phones because I'm going to ask you to go on a journey with us. So get your phone as you are hearing me introduce PA Humanities. So at PA Humanities, our tagline, if you go to our website at www.pahumanities.org, is we find the human connection in the humanities. Our business is in our social capital, our relationships, our networks, our shared humanity. We build a strong civic culture for change. And we put people first. That's the important thing. When you think of the humanities, you think about books and subjects. Well, we take those subjects off the shelves, put them in people's hands to take action in their communities and for their own personal well-being. So where would you see us? Well, William Penn Foundation helped us kick off our 50th year anniversary with a project called Rain Poetry. Imagine young poets in neighborhoods across Philadelphia writing haikus, what Sonia Sanchez called monuments of positivity. And they were only illuminated with a little bit of rain or a drop of water. It is the aha moment of our youth and what makes us grow. You would also see us in a grant program like Wingspan, where investments, not only from the National Endowment for the Humanities, but also from Springpoint Partners for grantees to spread their wings, not only with resources, but be together in community to make change. Or you would see us, and you may not know us as an inspiration machine across the state with a program called PA Heart and Soul, where we partner with local government, with state PA Department of Community and Economic Development to take an essential tool of the humanities, storytelling, to develop plans with local government about what matters most in your community. So that's what PA Humanities is all about. And we bring that approach, that people-centered participatory approach to research. That's why I asked you to pull out your phone because I'm going to ask you to go on a journey with us, just like we have recently with our PA Humanities Discovery Project, a research project. I'm going to ask you about your why. Why do you do your work in arts, culture, and the humanities? In one word, what motivates you to do your work? If you could take out your phone and get that QR code and put one word, we're going to create a word cloud of what motivates us because we believe it's those motivations that frame the work that we need to do to advocate for us. So take out your phones. And so Patty, I think this is the moment that I need to talk about our research partnership.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Before Patty shares some takeaways about what we've learned together, I just want to talk about our partnership, and it's important to stress. The next slide. All right, our partnership leverages our collective resources. We have an incredible staff. Nick Crossan at PA Humanities, Kristen Vinn at the Greater Philadelphia Cultural Alliance. We work together, we share our expertise, our networks, and we build a robust participant-centered approach. We've got the data points, qualitative and quantitative, and we build a number of different studies. If you took PA Culture Check, I thank you for taking that survey. PA Culture Check surveys trends, and we're going to be talking about that today. Also prosperity, we analyze the economic impact of your work, and the Discovery Project. And I just want to put a kind of shout out on this. We are unveiling these results, supported by the National Endowment for the Arts, as well as the National Endowment for the Humanities. And we did this in collaboration with Drexel University, with Andrew Zierer and Julie Goodman, who are here today. So we are rolling this out. This is a big deal. That is all to say that we are doing this together, GPCA, PA Humanities, Creative Philadelphia, to do this and better advocate for our work. So Patty, you're going to kick off talking about some of our findings.
Stay close, Laurie. We're doing this together.
All right.
This is a tag team. So our research has taught us a lot about the cultural sector and its rapid change. First, our data shows that the sector is expansive, diverse, resilient, and impactful. Secondly, our reports show that the pandemic and recent social movements have reshaped the landscape, highlighting the critical importance of the cultural sector. 40% of organizations responding to our Prosperity Organization survey said they helped address urgent community needs during the pandemic. Our organizations did things like collecting and donating food, masks, and cleaning supplies for community members. Our organizations donated facility space as testing for vaccinations, and we help organizations and individuals apply for pandemic relief funds and unemployment benefits. Next, practitioners are passionate agents of change. As you'll see, nearly all Culture Check and PA Discovery Project participants partner in their communities. We've been talking about partnerships, we've been talking about collaborations. This data underscores the veracity of that. Lastly, our research reinforces that the work of the cultural sector is undervalued and needs more support. Newsflash, really? Our sector needs more support and is undervalued. Next slide, please. PA Culture Check confirmed that building community identity and pride is integral to the role of cultural institutions. The contributions of a sense of place and community cohesion were highlighted, especially in engaging new residents and reflecting a community's diversity. 96% of organizations across Pennsylvania, cultural organizations across Pennsylvania, partner with community organizations, and notably, 74% partner with schools. Lastly, as we emerge from the pandemic and the social upheavals of the last few years, cultural organizations are forming new and what some might view as surprising partnerships. The PA Discovery Project found that humanities practitioners are building new relationships with incarceration and re-entry facilities. An astounding 43% indicated that they are committed to this work. Who knew? Who knew? 40% of humanities practitioners are partnering with farmers markets and food pantries. 40% are working with shelters and housing support services, and 39% are working with health facilities. What an underutilized resource. Laurie, why don't you talk a bit about health and wellness, please?
Sure, absolutely. So what were the emerging trends and themes? The first and foremost was around health and wellness. That especially during the pandemic and as we have come out of with the recovery, that we're applying our work to address mental and physical health, creating spaces in our community for healing and connection. We're addressing trauma and stressors. We're the antidote for loneliness for many, whether bridging the gap between newcomers and residents, or making space to embrace a passion for painting or reading books, or creating a space to talk. Shawn, thank you so much for all of your comments around that civic culture of being vulnerable to hear different people's perspectives and to find a common purpose. We're creating spaces for caring, for joy, to be together. Also, besides health and wellness, big theme around history and preservation, and this is an important one. We heard again and again, and this is really emblematic of what we heard. I see preservation in itself as a mechanism of social justice. By selecting the items and histories we are going to preserve, we're responsible for determining what future generations will be able to learn about and from. I think this is really important to pause here for folks who are in museums or are doing this work in their community, collecting stories. They are social justice and education advocates, and they're at the front lines of telling the truth about their histories and their communities, many times against pushback, and creating spaces of belonging for folks who want to tell the truth. It's an important part of the work that we do. In addition to history and preservation, we've got culture and social justice. Next slide, please. All right. This is where you see the humanities. Arts and culture go hand in hand. They travel together to bring together people to preserve and celebrate culture. But more importantly, and Dr. Jackson has called these cultural kitchens. They're community hubs of power where people come together to activate and make change and stand up for what they believe in, but also to create wealth and care and love for their community. So Patty, I think it's time to talk about the impact of this cultural sector.
Sure. So these studies confirm that the arts and culture sector impacts our communities in profound ways. Arts and culture drives innovation and economic growth and builds up our communities and connections within them. In all, arts and culture and humanities are necessary for all of us to thrive as humans and for our larger social constructs to also thrive. I stated earlier that the cultural sector is undervalued. I wonder how many of you know the power of our sector's economic impact. Our latest Arts and Culture and Economic Prosperity, the Greater Philadelphia Survey, reports that the total economic impact of Greater Philadelphia's nonprofit arts and culture industry is $3.3 billion. Billion with a B. I'd like to clap about that. We have to note, however, that despite the economic impacts of our creative economy, Pennsylvania ranks lowest amongst its neighboring states in arts funding, a mere 90 cents per capita compared to more than $5 per capita in New York, New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland. Note, even West Virginia invests more in the arts. Notably, Pennsylvania employs more than 176,000 people in arts-related industries, more than all of the neighboring states combined, except New York. In terms of local arts funding, we've looked at the numbers and we looked at cities and counties that are comparable to Philadelphia. Now, please note that this list is not exhaustive. However, we've been careful to focus on peer communities for which there's current public data available. For all of its wonderful institutions, Philadelphia trails its peers in terms of local public funding for culture. New York City is contributing almost 5 times more per capita. In the Pittsburgh area, the Allegheny County Regional Asset District makes about 4 times the funding available to its art sector. In other examples, earlier this year, additional funding was approved for the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Arts and Science Council. And last week, voters approved a ballot measure to increase arts funding for Cayuga County. That's Cleveland. So in 2025, these cities' arts fundings will put them about level with Portland, Oregon, leaving Philadelphia even further behind. And if we drill down to focus on how Philadelphia allocates to support the programs of arts and culture in its Arts and Culture Office, we've learned that the city of Philadelphia spends only 8 cents per capita to support the work of Creative Philadelphia. We should be clear, this figure doesn't include staff salaries because they're supported by the managing director's office during this transitional year, but it does include funding for, it doesn't include funding for the Philadelphia Cultural Fund, but it does include public art, art in City Hall, and other program initiatives presented by Creative Philadelphia. All the work that Val has done, all the work that we're excited about, they're investing 8 cents per capita. Now, because many cultural organizations depend upon the income earned through ticket sales and by attendance by school groups and other visitors, a key question has been, over the years since the pandemic, has your organization's attendance returned to 2019 levels? In 2022, 2 full years after what was technically the reopening, post-pandemic, only 10% of organizations reported being back on track. This figure was astonishing to legislators and business leaders in Philadelphia and Harrisburg. I've had these conversations and more than one exclaimed, "Oh, I thought it was over." Well, clearly, the pandemic has had deep and long-lasting impacts on the creative sector. So while the sector is on the rebound, full recovery has been elusive. In 2023, attendance was much better at 32%, and now in 2024, now this is preliminary data, let me note, about half of the organizations have returned to their 2019 levels. Let's put that in perspective. Even if 50% or half of the organizations have recovered, that means that 50% or half of those organizations still need to recover from COVID and the 2022 closures. I find this sobering data that warrants greater attention from political, business, and philanthropic leaders. Now, when we break out responses to this question by discipline, we can also see that museums and historical organizations are now doing better, with 67% returning to pre-pandemic attendance levels. For performing arts organizations, however, the opposite has been true. Even today, only about 32% of performing arts organizations in this region report attendance at full recovery. For these types of organizations, in fact, this is especially worrisome as performing arts organizations rely on income from attendance to a larger degree than other types of organizations. So we've been riding a high, and I guess I brought everybody down. But Laurie, why don't you talk about pathways forward?
Yes. Absolutely. There are some pathways forward. And it, you know, I've been, the data is sobering. I mean, we were looking at this past week. But there is inspiration in ourselves, inside us, and what motivates us to do this work. And there are pathways forward. We have the data to advocate for ourselves and to do that together. But there are some messages from our research, and I want you to go to the next slide. I think this is a really important one for us today as we gather. It's possibility models, to look within ourselves. What we heard again and again is the need for inspirational models in our communities, in our museums, in our art galleries. That there are there's a lot of systemic barriers to getting involved in arts and culture and history, and that we can be those models of possibility, agents of change in our communities, to show that there are pathways forward for young emerging leaders who want to get involved in arts and culture. And that is a clear pathway forward. But most importantly, it's in ourselves and what motivates us to do this work. So Patty, there's a really great quotation from the PA Humanities Discovery Project that's really emblematic of our why. And could you bring up that quotation? I think it's next. Yeah.
I never thought.
Yeah, it's actually next. Yeah. I'm skipping so that we can.
Laurie's telling me she skipped ahead.
Yeah, because we got a minute warning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where are we?
Yeah. Leading with, you can know, leading with values. There we go.
Okay, so now we're
Okay.
in sync. So while it's great that we can confirm our economic impact, the arts, culture, and humanities sector's impact goes beyond dollars. Our narrative, the story of who we are, what we do, and how we serve our communities and our city, includes the essential human side of our story. Our work helps build community connections, elevates underrepresented voices, and creates spaces of belonging. All of this comes from putting people in our shared humanity at the heart of our work. Letting our passion drive change will move us forward towards a more just and inclusive future. So that quote that Laurie was trying to prompt me to, this work is core to who I am as a human being. I've always sought to build bridges between people and honor the diversity of human experience. I can't not do it. It is primal. It is a primal drive for me. As cultural workers, we do not see our work as just a career, but we are inspired by very personal and deeply rooted motivations linked to our roles in our models in our youth. Very often, we see our work as a calling and a responsibility to give back. We are motivated by enriching the lives of others. We are meeting the urgent challenges of our times to address inequities and empower our communities. Laurie, why don't you wrap it up?
So let's see that word cloud. What motivates you? All right. It's coming. Look for your word.
There it is.
Whoa, look at that. That's us. And what is the biggest word you see? Community. That's what our research tells us, and that's what our experience tells us too.
Community, hope, love, those are things that were up there. Collaboration was up there as well. Collaboration is at the heart of the Cultural Alliance's work. The research we just shared is the result of the collaboration with PA Humanities. Our partnership for this convening and other initiatives includes Creative Philadelphia, the city's Arts and Culture Office. They've provided that data that we used to talk about city funding. That partnership has been energized under the leadership of Val Gay, who's Mayor Parker's appointed leader of the office, what was formerly known as the Office of Arts, Culture, and the Creative Economy. Val brings a unique blend of expertise, creativity, and passion to her work. She shares our vision for a Philadelphia where arts and culture are not only celebrated, but arts and culture are woven into the policies and practices that will shape Philadelphia's neighborhoods as well as our downtown. We're thrilled to have Val with us today to share more about Mayor Parker's vision, including Creative Philadelphia's plans. Val?
Thank you, Patty and Laurie, and good morning, everyone. Okay, well, all I did was stand up and run across and ran up 4 stairs, and I'm winded. I need to get to the gym or something. My goodness. Regrettably, Mayor Parker is unable to join us today as she is in DC delivering a keynote address, but she sends her warm greetings to you all. And it's so great to see you all. Like if you're in the front, turn around and look at all the folks back there. It's so awesome, right? Look at that. Hey, everybody. This is awesome. So before I really get started, I'd like to do a poll to see who's in the room. And I wish online there was a way for us to figure out, for me to do this next part too, but just participate, like send me like vibes. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions. I'm going to ask you to raise your hand if this applies to you and to keep your hand raised throughout these few questions. So if you have been in the arts and culture sector in Philadelphia for the past 1 to 5 years, at least 1 to 5 years, please raise your hand. Great. Keep your hands raised if you've been here for 5 to 10 years, 10 to 20 years. More than 20 years. Look around the room. Wow. Awesome. Thank you. I wanted to get an idea of who's in the room, and I'm so glad that we are in community together. Because those of you who kept your hands up, raised beyond the 10-year mark, may feel the impact of this gathering a bit more strongly than others, as we may have rarely, if ever, seen what we are witnessing today. The cross-cultural, organizational, intersectional, collegial, and collaborative partnerships that Patty just spoke about, and what is and will be manifested today is remarkable. Really, I mean, honestly, let's just be honest. How many of you remember? This is remarkable, and I'm grateful to be a part of this catalyst that is moving forward. And this is at the core of Mayor Parker's Safer, Cleaner, Greener with Economic Opportunity for All platform. In fact, Mayor Parker has said, quote, like public education, arts and culture is essential. And she said, we will have a dashboard that lists every arts and culture organization that is funded by the city of Philadelphia according to genre and/or medium or zip code. In addition, the neighborhood-based organizations will be essential, and we will make sure that what is happening in town is readily available in the neighborhoods as well. So you may be wondering why arts and culture are not explicitly included in the priority pillars. I think it's because Mayor Parker believes, as do I, that arts and culture are embedded in every part of society and also contributes to solving some of our most intractable societal issues. For far too long, arts and culture sector has been annexed from the rest of civic life. And it's time for us to regain our position. We know that in hard times, appendages get lopped off. And let's be clear that hard times are always encroaching on our doors. And we know when those hard times come, the first thing that gets cut is the appendage. We are moving ourselves back to the place where we belong, in the core, in the center of civic life. It's not hyperbole. We need to be in the center of human life, civic life in Philadelphia. Now, as Patty said, we have changed our name from the Office of Arts, Culture, and the Creative Economy, OACCE, to just Creative Philadelphia. You're welcome. But with a shorter name, and despite our 8 cents per resident operating budget, which I should be clear, was actually what it has been. I said yes to Mayor Parker the day before she delivered her budget address, which by definition meant that we weren't at the table. I actually started on day 99, so we've been running really fast to catch up with everyone else. And so this year, it is 8 cents per resident. And as folks in this room know, I've been talking about it a lot because we need to understand where we are so that when we do get more money, we'll all be able to celebrate, right? Thank you, Rachel. But just even though, despite that 8 cents per resident's operating budget, our purview remains broad and includes public art with over 1,000 public art holdings in the city. I'm glad that Marguerite Englund, our public art director, is here with us today. And Art in City Hall, led by Tu Huynh, curator of exhibitions and programs, has launched over 300 exhibitions in City Hall over the last 20 years. And we have plans to bring even more art to the hallways and City Hall Gallery. And thanks to the leadership and support of Councilman Isaiah Thomas and Majority Leader Catherine Gilmore Richardson, we recently just announced this year's Illuminate the Arts grants, through which we awarded $1.5 million to 730 individual creatives, creative enterprises, small and mid-sized organizations. And you may have heard about Healing vs. Germantown, The Streets Are Talking, funded by Bloomberg Philanthropies, where former poet laureates Tripita B. Mason and Yolanda Wisher, together with curator Rob Blackson, are delivering powerful poetry workshops across Germantown to address gun violence, leaning into humanity behind this epidemic, including those impacted by and causing violence and their families, the police and first responders, and the general community. In fact, right now, our parts of our team are in Germantown conducting such a workshop. There's even a Healing Verse Philly poetry line, 1-855-7363-6792. Outside, we have little magnets for you to take and experience it. You can hear a poem of a week from a poetry workshop participant, someone who has been impacted by gun violence but refused to be defined by it. So I'm grateful to serve on Mayor Parker's cabinet, which means that we have a seat at the table, and for her collaborative leadership and support of our work. In fact, under her direction, Mural Arts and Creative Philadelphia are now aligned. Wait, Jane, where are you? There she is. Hey. In fact, Jane Golden and I like to say that we are cousins. Raise your hand, cousin Jane. Yeah. And we've already begun to see the benefits of our alliance. It is from this vantage point that I have fashioned the 3-point North Star for Creative Philadelphia. We are building on the work that was begun years ago by several people, some of whom are in this room today. And throughout the day, you will hear the case being made for cultural planning. You may be wondering why comprehensive is also included. Our goal is to have a plan that speaks to the entire city, Not everyone yet identifies as a creative and will need some coaxing that a cultural plan is also for them. We will have both a standalone plan as well as being nestled inside of other citywide efforts. Designated funding. As we all painfully know, we've heard it over and over. And thank you, Shawn, for acknowledging it from the beginning, setting the tone for us. Our arts and culture sector has been woefully undercapitalized and underinvested in for many years. And we have missed opportunities in the past. But we are exploring ways to reanimate the effort to secure dedicated funding streams. And permanent office. One need only to look at our history to see the need for this goal. It's actually remarkably cyclical. Let's say, Mayor 1 loves the arts and provides funding, albeit not enough, for the city's arts and culture office. Mayor 2 is not a fan of the arts and zeroes out the office and fires all but a few of the folks. In comes Mayor 3, who loves the arts and promises to revive the work and bring new life to the office, and does so, albeit external economic pressures produce a smaller than anticipated investment. Mayor 4 is not a fan. He zeroes out the office, fires all but 2 administrators. This is where we all went ballistic. So then that brings us to Mayor 5, who loves arts and culture and views them differently from the previous 4 mayors. Restores the office, names a cabinet level leader, mandates that arts and culture is a partner with other sectors within the city, and clearly on her cabinet. Clearly, we live by the whim and the will of the mayor. This is our time to become a permanent office, to mitigate the turbulent ebbs and flows. Every time it seems like we've progressed, we have to start all over again. It's like a perpetual Groundhog's Day that is not nearly as fun as the movie. But to become a permanent office requires a charter change, which means a ballot question. And as you may know, most, but not all ballot questions are passed. And we can't afford to rest on those odds. We have to take our story to the residents of Philadelphia. Many of our residents don't feel arts and culture are for them. But when you drill down, they will articulate beautifully how it's embedded into their lives. Somehow there's a cognitive dissonance between folks' lived experience and their definition of our value in their lives. We have to fill in that gap. We will explore these gaps and learn from our creative and broader communities. Beginning January through April 2025, we will launch a 12-session cultural exploration tour. 1 in each of the 10 council districts, 1 citywide for teens and young adults, and 1 citywide gathering for creatives. Oh, it's a lot. And I'm grateful because we are taking it to the streets. During these sessions, we will deepen attendees' awareness of our work. We will listen. We will solicit ideas and reward some of those ideas with innovation prizes and offering technical assistance to develop those ideas into programs. And I should stop and say thank you to our foundational partners who are supporting this work, starting with the William Penn Foundation. Thank you, and you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Today is today's convening, and its associated subsequent conversations is the beginning of this process. The next phase begins in January with our cultural exploration sessions, followed by a period of synthesizing and determining our findings as we further build the cultural planning process, leading to bringing our findings to life by launching pilot programs and our blueprint for a cultural plan. We have laid out an ambitious schedule with the goal of completing these phases and launching the cultural plan in spring 2026. Okay, I said it out loud. I'm not nervous, but spring 2026. This brings us full circle, what I said about this being a remarkable gathering today. Not just that we're all in this room, but I don't remember a time when we started a process with one organization who then invited another organization and another organization to join. We will continue that work. What I just talked about is not separate from what we're doing today. This is a through line, longitudinal line from today to the spring of 2026. And I'm excited for what we will be doing together. And I hope you will join us in any way possible in these efforts. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Val. I know we're running a little bit behind, so I'm going to go through this really quickly, but I just wanted to say Val is also an amazing singer. And speaking of artists as laborers, cultural leaders, you know, these aren't just competencies, these are experiences. So I just wanted to say, you know, Val isn't just an executive administrator on the highest order, she's also a part of the ecosystem. So now we're moving into the first panel discussion of the day, the role of arts and culture in building a thriving Philadelphia. Our speakers include Prema Katari Gupta, President and CEO of Center City District, Alba Martinez, Director of Commerce at the City of Philadelphia, Councilmember Isaiah Thomas, Tayyib Smith, Founding Partner, Chief Strategist, The Growth Collective, 7th Ward Tribute, Laurie Zierer, welcome back, and to moderate will be Jamie Bennett, Interim Co-CEO of Americans for the Arts, who was the interim CEO at United States Artists, and then you were at Art Place. I feel like I'm just kind of following your career myself. So I'm going to welcome Jamie up to the stage to introduce the panel and moderate.
So I think the panelists are supposed to come on up. So Tayyib, Councilmember Prema, everyone come on up. And I think you're supposed to find your seat in front of your photo. And so you know where to sit. And we've got about an hour to do this panel. And when I talked with Patty and Val about what they wanted to do with this panel, this is really a chance, I think, for us to talk about some of the ways that arts and culture are understood to contribute to the city of Philadelphia. And as we're sort of thinking about this cultural plan, everyone finding their photo? Great. As we're thinking about sort of this cultural planning process that everyone is undertaking, I just wanted to share a couple of thoughts to maybe frame our conversation, then we'll dive in. And this is really meant to be the sort of case-making panel, right? Why are we investing in arts and culture? What do we want to think about? Why is that important in Philadelphia? And one of the cautions that I always offer at this point in the process is that description embeds prescription, right? So the way we describe the arts and culture, the way we describe their importance are going to determine some of the decisions that we make in a cultural plan. So if we made a decision, for instance, as some cities have, that we want to think about using a hotel tax to invest in arts and culture, that kind of means that you end up investing in arts and cultural organizations that attract tourists. You don't think as much about those that serve local residents, right? In Cuyahoga County, I'm a proud Cleveland native, right? We thought about using a cigarette tax to invest in arts and culture. That's a sin tax, right? So as people quit smoking, the money for arts and culture goes down. The second caution that I wanted to offer is that I think for too long in this country, when we've talked about cultural planning processes and when we've talked about cultural policy, what we've really meant by that is give us more money and don't tell us what to do with it, right? We want to keep doing what we're doing. We just want more money to do it. And what's been really exciting, particularly for the last 4 years in Washington, D.C., and certainly here in Philadelphia, is that we've gotten into some more interesting conversations, right? What are some of the ways that arts and culture contribute? What do we want more of? What do we maybe need less of? What do we want to leave to the private market? So as we sort of think about that and as we dive into this conversation, up here are a series of extraordinary colleagues who kind of think about and represent some of the people in our neighborhoods, right? We're thinking about the civic, social, faith-based organizations. We're thinking about for-profit businesses, small businesses, large corporations. We're thinking about government, philanthropy, and nonprofits. And so as we dive into this conversation with these people in our neighborhood, I want to sort of invite each of you to describe a little bit about the work you do and how you think that work intersects with arts and culture. And, you know, out of respect, I think we should start with the city council member. So Councilmember Thomas, how do you think about your work and how do you think about the way that intersects with arts and culture?
Thank you. Definitely didn't have to start with me, but I'm more than honored to be here and to have this conversation. I think for me, the work in the intersection is really about dollars and resources.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in the position where I'm an amazing singer or amazing musician or anything like that. Of course, I'm a consumer, but outside of that, because of my role on city council, I think for me, I learned very quickly how impactful this space is to the economics of the city of Philadelphia and the irony of sitting next to this guy. So I'll give you a story. When I first won the primary in 2019 before COVID hit, Tayyib and I were talking, and I coach high school basketball. My name is Isaiah Thomas, so come on. So Tayyib and I had a bet, and I said, you know, I'll bet you that, you know, sports mean more to this city than economics. He was like, than arts and culture. I'm sorry, from an economic lens. And he was like, it's not even close. And so we made our little bet, and a few weeks later, in the midst of me preparing the transition into city council, of course, he was absolutely right. It's not even close. And that was my introduction to the economic impact that the arts and culture community has on the city of Philadelphia. Fast forward, I get sworn in 2020, COVID hits, and who's the loudest and most aggressive advocates in the city of Philadelphia? Of course, it's the arts and culture community. So, you know, as a new city council member, you're getting thousands of emails, and it's like, probably shouldn't ignore these people. So we started to do a deep dive into what was going on in the arts and culture community, and myself and Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, we created the task force. And I think at that point, I didn't realize that I was embracing myself in this community in a way that, from a political lens, I'll probably never leave. When I think about my role in the arts and culture community, I think about what we've done in the past. So we're very proud of the fact that we created the Illuminate the Arts grants, and we've been able to work with artists across the city of Philadelphia. And that started out of a need, right? We never knew that there were all of these artists across the city of Philadelphia who couldn't get any money during the pandemic because they didn't have the proper paperwork. And there was this big gap. And so we created the grant program, and it went better than any of us thought it would. So we said, hey, we found something that works. Let's try to find a way to keep it. Clearly, we're trying to fight for and advocate for funding for a number of different organizations. But me personally, I sit on the board for Mural Arts. I also sit on the board for the African American Museum. And I would say that my focus, and that's some of the things I've done in the past, we've been able to create the nightlife economy position and a whole host of other things. But I think most important is my focus moving forward. And I'll close out by saying this. We had a hearing yesterday at the Visitor Center to talk about 2026. And I think right now, as a council member and as government, I think the best thing that we can do for the arts and culture community right now is to make sure 2026 is the greatest year that we've ever seen in the history of the city as it relates to what we do for arts and culture. Because I feel like, and a lot of other people agree with me, if we can get 2026 done in an equitable way, where we're not just touching, you know, University of Arts, Center City, and some of the historical parts of the city, but we're actually able to touch neighborhoods and impact everyday people. I think some of the things that we've had to advocate for in the past will kind of go without saying moving forward. So the long version of answering your question is, you know, clearly I've explained what I've done in the past, but I think moving forward, I'm laser sharp focused on 2026, and my goal is to make 2026 the best year we've ever seen for the city of Philadelphia, and especially for the arts and culture community.
It's awesome. Thank you so much. Director Martinez, let me come to you. You work with the city's Department of Commerce. What is that work and why are you on a panel about arts and culture?
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a great panel. So the Commerce Department is responsible for being a catalyst for economic growth for the city of Philadelphia. Essentially, everything we do and touch should be value add to inclusive economic growth, I want to say, because, right, you could grow in a lot of different ways. And so at the core of our mission is inclusive economic growth. And the creative economy is a sector, is a business sector. And so as commerce director, it's my responsibility to nurture and support every sector that is of significance to Philadelphia. And as the councilman said, and I vehemently agree with him, you know, this is a really important sector in Philadelphia. Maybe in other cities it's not as important, but here it's really, really important. So it is my job to find ways to invest more and more resources and to do so effectively in the creative economy. And so I'm here to say that that's what we're gonna do, partnering with the councilman, council, the mayor, all of us together. We believe in the creative economy, and we're going to invest more, hopefully, than we ever have.
Great, thank you for that. Tayyib, let me come to you next. Talk to me about how you think about your work. You're an entrepreneur, you're a cultural strategist, you're an artist, you're an activist. How do you describe your work, how you spend your days, and how does that intersect with arts and culture here in Philadelphia?
Okay, so I wouldn't say I'm not an artist and I'm not an activist. I would say more that I'm a civically engaged person where arts is intertwined in every aspect of my life. And I've been fortunate enough to grow up in a series of communities of artists that broaden my perspective on history, literacy, how the arts affects pro-social behaviors, how the arts makes us stronger as a community by having, you know, different ways of communicating. You know, for me, the arts is how we're not just engaged in conspicuous consumption. It's how we express our humanity. You know, again, I'm fortunate that I had a mother who took classes at the Freedom Theater for dance and art, and I would hear her speak, you know, wax poetically about that for decades. I also, you know, I was friends with, I am friends with, you know, people like Jill Scott, who were part of the, you know, left of center movement, as we described it, that other people called neo-soul. I worked for the Roots organization for many years, and I got to travel the world through my relationship with the arts. And as an entrepreneur, the first business people I saw that I aspired to be like were people like, you know, Kenny Gamble, Leon Huff. You know, when I was a kid, I learned that he was one of the biggest real estate holders in Center City. And as a Black man, you know, I have to say that resonated with me. And today I have a real estate portfolio with, you know, with my partner and I have assets on 52nd Street. I was fortunate enough to be a part of the team that won the winning bid to develop the new African American History Museum. I have projects in Kensington. I'm on the board of the Kensington Corridor Trust. So, you know, as a person who, you know, I didn't graduate from college, but my understanding of communication, kind of like the do-it-yourself imagination that the arts gave me a certain privilege and gravitas to not feel low. You know, the way that, you know, the arts were spoken of in my household, like I'm fortunate enough to know that Barclay Hendricks is from North Philadelphia and that he was fortunate enough to win fellowships, to travel Europe, to come home, to paint pictures of people that my father knew, like Richard Watson, who's a painter, who's, you know, he has unique works of art in the Church of the Advocate in North Philadelphia, where my parents got married. You know, so like for me, I could speak for hours about how like I don't know how to look at the world not through the lens of the arts. Not being an artist, I have found that I have a responsibility and a debt to speak up for artists who I don't see enough of them in this room. You know, like I have to negotiate, lobby, battle with arts administrators sometimes to speak up for artists who don't have the time because they're working 2 or 3 jobs just so they can paint, you know? So yeah, like I don't know a world without the arts, and I truly am indebted to several communities of artists that have allowed me to have the privilege to sit here today.
Awesome, thank you for that. Prema, let's go to you next. For Tayyib, come on. Prema, let's go to you next. What job do you sit in currently, and how do you think about arts and culture from that seat?
Yeah, happy to. Thank you. I'm Prema Gupta. I run Center City District, and up until this moment in time, I didn't think I had imposter syndrome, but I'm looking around this room and seriously wondering why I'm on this panel. So it's great to be here among you. You know, at Center City District, like, and I'll just say this, like, I'm somebody who loves words and obsesses over words. So for me, it was really fun to go through a process with our team to define a mission, vision, and value statement. And our vision for Center City, and the language we arrived on is that Center City is the heart of commerce, culture, and connection for the entire region. And culture is a really important part. As an organization, we sort of see ourselves as the stewards and advocates of the downtown ecosystem. And when you think about the ecosystem, and we can talk perhaps about how it's changed over the last 5 years in an accelerated fashion, it's not the sum of parts. It has to be more than that. And I really do see arts and culture as a central role in that ecosystem that really is expansive and makes it bigger and better.
Great, thank you. Laurie, I'm going to ask you a slightly different question, only because we've heard about your work. You were up here a little bit, but you were one of the people who had a hand in selecting this group of human beings to sit with. What was unpack for us a little bit of the thinking about why this set of folks and why these voices are so important to the conversation we're kicking off today.
You know, these folks are so important because, Isaiah, you went on a journey to learn about this field and its value. Alba, you are now in a position and you're an artist to make change. You are seeing what's happening in Center City, and you bring the depth of your own personal experience, Tayyib. That's an incredible, powerful, different perspectives. At PA Humanities, we bring, it's in those different perspectives that we're going to get an inspirational vision for the future. At PA Humanities, we do programs on the ground, we give grants, we do research, we do advocacy. I feel like an insider and outsider. I've been in Philadelphia forever, but I've got a 22-year-old who knows that I wasn't born in Philadelphia tell me I don't sound like a Philadelphian, but I believe I'm a Philadelphian. And that different perspectives and connections and levers that we all have gives us a position of power to make change.
That's great. Thank you for that. Councilmember, you and Val both encouraged us to think about 2026, right? We're going to deliver on our promise in the conversations we're doing. We're going to make sure that arts and culture is central to telling the histories, the stories, the people, everyone who's been involved in the modern United States over the past 250 years. But I want us to go sort of 10 years beyond that. Let's think about 2036 for a minute. And let's think about Val delivering the most sort of Italian chef kissing her fingertips, perfect cultural plan. You have exceeded all expectations in weaving arts and culture into the city in 2026. And over the next 10 years, what's different about Philadelphia because we've engaged with arts and culture in this new way? And spoiler alert, we're going to come to everyone with that. But Councilmember, kick us off.
First of all, it's not fair that I have to answer that question first. And secondly, it's not fair that I didn't get that question ahead of time. But I love that question. And the reason I love that question, I'm actually going to cheat and copy what was said in the hearing yesterday. I listened to somebody testify, somebody who means a lot to this space. And one of the things she talked about yesterday was what Atlanta did in 1996 to help put Atlanta in a position whereas though the amount of revenue that they were able to collect because of the Olympics is still something that they benefit from today. And I even thought about what happened that led to the Olympics, which was the Ali fight that they had that put them in a position to have the Olympics, which then put them in a position to be the city that they are today. Wow, I think we are way better than Atlanta. No question about it. I still see this as a similar opportunity. So if I were to fast forward to where I think we'll be in 2036, first and foremost, I think we'll have significantly more tourism. Tourism is a big part of our economy right now, but I think once we get this opportunity in 2026 to really show ourselves off to the world again, right? We've done it in the past with the Pope visit. We've seen what we've done with big events like the NFL draft and things of that capacity. We know that we have the capability to pull this off. And I really respect the fact that the private sector has already gotten out ahead of this issue. So I do believe we could be very successful in 2026. And I believe 2036 will do a couple things. I said tourism first and foremost. I think it'll put us in a position where we'll see significantly more funding for social-based initiatives. So whether this is our museums, whether this is different cultural-based events or activities, things that might come through the commerce departments. And I also think we'll have more fiscal wiggle room to be able to provide more grant-based initiatives to individual artists. That's a real thing that I learned coming out of the Arts and Culture Task Force, is that we have to make sure that we find a way to incentivize artists to stay in the city of Philadelphia. One of the things that we have to look at, and this is a reality, we have to look at cutting our bird tax, right? The bird tax is one of the biggest hurdles that we have as it relates to allowing young entrepreneurs to really put together businesses that really doesn't consider foot traffic, right? I think about talking to some artists, and I don't know why I know all these young hip hop artists now. Actually, I blame you, Tayyib. I don't know how I got in this space. But I had a conversation with an artist who talked to me about the fact that if you're in spaces that require studios, at some point when you get successful enough, you have to leave the city, because the idea of having a business that's a music studio where you make music, from a fiscal perspective, it just doesn't make sense for our bottom line. So we have to recognize that our tax structure currently right now puts us in a position where a lot of people who might not necessarily be the actual rapper or singer, right? The people who produce the music, the people who start these different businesses, they leave Philly. They go other places because the bureaucracy and the tax structure isn't beneficial to them. And so I'm hoping that we can use 2026 as a way to begin to rethink about that side of it as well too, because with all of the extra money that's going to be coming and with all of the tourism that's going to be attracted, you know, I know Sasha and the art museum is going to be great, right? That's going to be amazing for them. Tayyib talked about the African American Museum. That relocation has happened. That's going to be amazing. But what happens when I think about what Ketsi Lazada talked about and the people in Kensington? You know, Tayyib has some great space there, but what does it look like to make more KOZ zones in that particular area that specifically focuses on businesses like gaming, businesses like starting a studio and things of that capacity? So I'm very optimistic for what 2036 can bring, but the reality is that all of the things I just said can be thrown away if we don't elect the right people. Now, this clearly is not a partisan conversation, but we have some important elections between now and then. And 2026 can be completely squandered, and all of that money can be completely thrown away if we don't have the proper vision as it relates to what government wants to do with that platform and have the proper plan as it relates to how do we make 2026 Philadelphia's version of some of the other things that we've seen across the country. So I can probably give a dissertation about that particular question. I'll stop right there, but you can see my excitement. And if I would have had an opportunity to get that question ahead of time, I probably would have gave you an even better answer.
We're just rehearsing for your next hearing.
All right, there you go.
Make sure you can think on your feet.
Thank you. Thank you for that question.
Director Martinez, let me come to you. The council member talked about tourism, talked about the economy, talked about small businesses. You really hit the inclusive economy, right? This isn't just about the Philadelphia Museum getting more money. This isn't just about the corporate titan getting more money.
So we do want the Philadelphia Museum to get more money.
Maybe. Say more.
I mean, I think we want to, I mean, I'm sort of a abundance person. Like, I think we want everyone, we want all these folks to get more money, all of these organizations across the board. This isn't we shouldn't be competing for scraps. We should all have wonderful things, from the art museum to neighborhood artists.
Awesome.
So can I?
No, I was going to say, all three
only-
of you take this up. How do we do that? What does that look like?
The only reason I brought up the art museum is because the art museum is literally one of the most toured museums in the entire world. And so when you put Philadelphia on a display for the world to see, one of the places that we know is going to be at the epicenter of tourism in 2026 and moving forward with the Philadelphia Art Museum. So when I say that, I'm not saying it as a knock. I'm saying it in a sense where as though those type of institutions will be okay if we're really thinking about this from an economic lens and looking at the entire viability of the city. We have to think about some of the other non-traditional places and how do we comprehensively make sure that individual neighborhoods are able to take advantage of 2026, because look, Philadelphia is the poorest big city in the entire country. If we are still saying that in 2028, in 2030, in 2036, then we fumbled 2026. So I just want to be clear. I'm not knocking the art museum, and I agree with you 100%.
Totally agree.
There shouldn't be competition as it relates to going after dollars and resources. But the reality is that's where we are right now. And hopefully we can get a little more economic independence. So that's not the case when we come out of
100%
this
agree
year.
with
So
you,
I just want to
Councilmember.
make sure that I clear that up.
If-
Make sure I provide the proper
Absolutely.
connotation.
And
If I may, because I want to volunteer to be on your dissertation committee as a judge. But, you know, and I love Sasha and the PMA. And I just want to say, I don't know if some of you might have seen, I wrote a recent op-ed about how right now is the first time in my lifetime, there are 3 Black figurative art exhibits running simultaneously in Philadelphia. Right? Okay, but with that said, respectfully, I have walked through Penn Station and seen ad buys for attractions to Philadelphia for things that I won't speak pejoratively of. I know that as a city and a region, our tourism and hospitality community has sent reporters to Japan to talk about cheesesteaks, to Brazil for Eagles games. I've seen no national or international press around the brilliant show of The Time Is Always Now, right now, that is the first time it's been in the US, right? So alternatively, I know that the PMA, probably through RCAP dollars, did a $500 million expansion for their hallway, right? And from a space of abundance, that was a great thing. It is a beautiful hallway, but can you imagine a $500 million spent in neighborhoods in Philadelphia? All right? Can you imagine? Like, I've been on the Black Star Film Festival board for 13 years, right? We brought people this summer from 40 different countries, 15,000 people. I think, to the best of my knowledge, one time we got a $3,500 check from council, right? Respectfully. We've grown since 2020 as a $700,000 a year organization to just under a $5 million a year organization. Similar to the Kensington Corridor Trust, where I'm on the board. At the Kensington Corridor Trust, 80% of our money comes from Northern California, right? Like, of $15 million we've raised, I think $1 million has come out of Philadelphia, right? So there are things happening. I was with Reverend Cortez with Val yesterday at Esperanza. He has a beautiful art program. He has a beautiful theater. You know, I was with Bill Rhodes, and Reverend Cortez said something that is going to resonate with me for months. He said, tell everyone downtown, the culture is uptown, right? So when I think about the Color Girls Museum that has been, you know, recognized internationally, right? Like, that hasn't gotten that much municipal or state support. It's gotten some philanthropic support, like I have, thankfully, for projects like A Dream Deferred, or the Legacy Reclaim Project, or the Institute of Hip Hop Entrepreneurship. You know, it's like, as an active citizen who works with artists, I know how hard it is for small institutions to get philanthropic and particularly municipal and state dollars. So we have an abundant imagination for buildings downtown. We have an abundant imagination for staffs downtown. But if we want to really reap the benefits, the regenerative benefits of the arts, we have to be in neighborhoods. We have to think imaginatively about how we're using everything from new market tax credits to, you know, RCAP dollars in neighborhoods, and have a regenerative relationships with our larger institutions so that we can put Philadelphia on an international stage. You know, like, I participate as a board member in the Prism Art Fair at Miami Art Week, right? That generates almost $600 million in 7 days for the city of Miami. I can promise you, I remember going to Miami when it wasn't associated with the arts. They purchased their art reputation. They don't have the first art school in the United States like PAFA. They don't have something like the Barnes Collection. They don't have an institution that's been doing the work as long as the PMA. So I think we have a crisis of imagination oftentimes about how we think to use resources, particularly for people who look like me.
Thank you.
So Director I think what we're beginning to hear described is maybe the operating principle of an inclusive economic development strategy. How do we make sure that money gets to the neighborhoods? How do we make sure small becomes medium, medium becomes large? How do we think, how do we get from here to 2026 to 2036 in a way where there is prosperity and abundance here in Philadelphia?
I want to first say that Philadelphia is an incredible city that has incredible assets. And I say this objectively. Like, I am very in love with Philadelphia. I have been since I moved here at the age of 22. I actually made a film about my experience of finding home in Philadelphia. It's called La Guagua 47, the 47 bus. And so before I joined the Parker administration, I spent a couple of years doing art in the Latino community. Before that, I spent 13 years at Vanguard and saw that company go from a $1 trillion company to an $8 trillion company. So I had a front row seat to seeing how that wealth was created. So, I'm sitting here with all this knowledge. I'm an artist. I see the power of art and culture. I saw Vanguard is fundamentally a giant process machine. It's all in the process. And I think that one of the opportunity areas for Philadelphia is to improve the process in the way, in how we do business, right? Our issue is not an absence of talent, an absence of vision, an absence of, anything, I want to say, except the way we do business is really fragmented and not particularly efficient, and a lot of value is eroded along the way. So if we want to hit 2026 in an impactful way and we want to take it down to 2036, we're going to have to find a way to be more efficient in terms of how we organize and execute on amazing ideas. So we in the Commerce Department want to contribute to that because we feel that is part of our job, right? To be a catalyst means that you're actually making something happen. You're investing $1 and making something happen in result. So in response to that. So how are we going to contribute to stimulating the creative economy? And it is connected to 2026, but we would want to do it anyway, but we are sitting kind of on an opportunity here. First of all, our Grow Philly plan has a number of priority areas, and I'm going to highlight a few of them, and they're relevant to the creative economy. The first one is streamlining access to information and resources. Information is power, and time is money in business. Literally, time is money. So by making it easier for people who are either aspiring to entrepreneurship or are entrepreneurs, and that includes creative entrepreneurs, to get what they're looking for when they need it is a huge opportunity. And I'm not going to mention anything here that we're not already having investments in, okay? So nothing that I'm talking about is aspirational. This is happening right now. So we are working on streamlining access to information, and that includes grant opportunities. It includes, opportunities to learn what are the rules of the game, how does a business game get played, etc. Next is entrepreneurship education and training. The idea that we give things away for free that make us money is not a bad idea. We see it, right, in a lot of different cities. Oh, I'll give you 3 months for free, right? And then you pay for the rest of your life, right? Inertia is a powerful thing. The idea that we would give away basic entrepreneurship education for free to anyone who wants it in Philadelphia, to me, is a doable thing, right? And it's revolutionary, and we should do it. Nothing stops us but ourselves, okay? So this idea that, and then there's basic education, and then there's lifelong learning, things that you should know: pricing, marketing, negotiation, problem resolution, the life cycle of a business, things that we could teach people in 2 to 3 hours and make it available. Number 3, capacity building. You know, we don't know what we don't know, and we should help people gain capacity to be able to compete for bigger and better things. We all know what that means. It's real in entrepreneurship, it exists, and we should make it more available. My favorite, love capital. People say, what does love capital mean? The mayor talks, I'm sure you've had councilman, about patient and love capital. But I dropped the patient, right? Because I'm not a patient person. And I'm talking about love capital. And people say, well, what does that mean? Well, love capital, some of us are born, it wasn't me, but I'll just say some of us, because I'm sure some of you were born into families that you could call an uncle. And I don't say mom, because mom and dad are going to give you money if you have bad ideas often, right? So I'm saying a caring uncle that says, hey, you want an idea to start a business? A bank won't believe in you, but I will. That's love capital, man. When somebody says, I believe in you, here's some money, go. Philadelphia is going to invest love capital in our creative economy. And we're going to try to invest in things that we think are going to be catalytic. I'll end with this one, investing in neighborhood activation. We are going to invest resources in activating our commercial corridors. And when we say activating them with beauty, with art, with music, with place finding, with pop-ups, with marketing. We are going to invest in marketing our commercial corridors. Somebody told me, I forget who it was. Maybe it was in this call, somebody else said, hey, the corridors are like, Philadelphia can think about its corridors as King of Prussia, right? The mall. Every hallway is a corridor. Those corridors don't market themselves. The city has to market its corridors if we want to draw traction and attention. Otherwise, the alternative is that we're saying every single little business and every single corridor, market yourself, good luck. No, give it away for free, because it's going to make us money. It's going to make creatives money. And when creatives win, the city wins, because 70% of our budget comes from business. We have to treat creatives as the entrepreneurs they are, invest in them as entrepreneurs, and Commerce is ready to do that. We hope you write to business@phila.gov and say, put me on your mailing list, so that you can begin hearing of the opportunities that are going to come your way very, very soon.
Thank you for that. We're going to pause for just a second, because we've just gotten a text that the council member's hearing schedule has changed a bit. And when do you need to step off stage? One more question? All right, well then let me just get Prema's voice in, and then we'll give you the closing word and come to Tayyib. Prema, particularly under your leadership, Center City District has been about interconnectedness. How is the Center City District connected with the rest of the city in an exchange that goes both ways? As you think about your 3 C's, it was culture, commerce, and connection, is that right? Talk to us about that sort of radiation in and out, and how you're connected with the other areas in the city.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to. There's so many sort of oppositional narratives, right? There's downtown versus neighborhood. There's city versus suburb. When I think about this in some ways, and I think Shawn alluded to this in his remarks, which I really enjoyed, the enemy is the phone. Let's be real. I mean, it's the same thing I say to my teenagers. Do real things with real people in real life. That solves a lot. Because we all have these supercomputers in our pockets, and they're destroying our communities. They're destroying our mental health, because we're disconnected and we're kind of agitated because of them. So, and I'm going to go back to your 2026 question if I could. I kept thinking about the Laurie quote, which I'm probably going to butcher, but it's, we all love Paris, not because it was built for tourists, but because it was built for Parisians. And as we think about a lot of the investment that's happening in 2026, what's most moving is what is happening for Philadelphians, because again, we want the outsiders to come in and spend money, but we should benefit. But I think a lot about, going back to this whole issue of phones. When I think about the city in 10 years, I want the city to be a place where people make eye contact, where people with diverse backgrounds have lives that intersect. I mean, I'm an urban planner by training. And the latest cliche of urban planning is 15-minute cities, which sound an awful lot to me like people living in their self-sorted bubbles. I want a place where people connect and communicate. And again, I mean, I think one of the things that, we hope that, Center City and downtown should have kind of a, centripetal effect is accelerating connection and opportunity for the entire city. I mean, I think, the council members stole the official CCD talking points on tax policy. So I'll talk about I'll talk about transportation instead. I think we all hopefully really are doing what we can within our spheres of influence around SEPTA, because this is catastrophic for all of us. I'm hopeful, but I was also hopeful 2 weeks ago. So we'll see. I mean, we all have to do what we need to do here. So I think there's just a lot we can think about around connection. And again, thinking about the downtown less as the sort of, Director Martinez, we've talked about this a bunch, but neighborhood versus downtown, whereas downtown needs to be an accelerator for what is happening in the rest of the city and connecting folks to opportunities.
That's great. Laurie, I'm going to butt in line in front of you just so we can, folks are taking advantage of the texting in questions and sending in stuff. So if folks haven't done that, text in the question. But Councilmember, a question for you that can be your exit question if you want. There are a lot of extraordinary artists, extraordinary small nonprofits, extraordinary small businesses throughout the city. Not all of them know you directly. And a lot of them would like to know you directly, and a lot of them would like to be a part of your vision and what's happening. If I'm a constituent that doesn't know you and wants to connect with you in your office, what should I do? How should I do that? What can I expect from you?
That's an alley-oop question. So I don't know what I did to earn that one, but I try to put myself in a position, and most folks who do know me know that I'm very accessible. I really do not like the idea of elected officials acting like Hollywood superstars, right? That's not who we are. We are servant leaders. Now, the reality is a day like today where you have back-to-back hearings and meetings, sometimes it's going to be difficult to put the proper things on the calendar, but I want to be very clear. I work for you. My job is to serve you. My job is to serve the people of the city of Philadelphia. And I think it's something in the stigma of being an elected official that, I'm glad you asked me that question, but you really shouldn't even have to ask me that question. And I think part of the problem is that sometimes as elected officials, people get so much on their high horse and on their pedestal that sometimes we forget that the job is to actually work for the people. And so for me, I'm available, especially when you're talking about supporting grassroots organizations, small nonprofits. I probably give out my cell phone number more than I should, so I'm not going to do that on the stage today. But what I will say is this. My team is active on all social media platforms. My office is super accessible. My chief of staff, Dom, can you just stand up real quick? My chief of staff is with me right here, Dom Miller. So feel free to just reach out to us. We were more than willing to have a meeting, have a conversation. You can reach us by emails, online, a cell phone, whatever it is that is your best means of communication. Please let us know what we can do to support, because the reality is this: when people have too many bad experiences, especially with government, that sometimes put people in a position to leave the city. It's not always the decisions that we make that make you leave. It's sometimes your interactions with us and the negative things that happen when you kind of have a contact. So I think the worst thing that can happen to me is somebody say that they reached out to my office and didn't hear anything back. That's what makes me scream at my staff. So anything I could do to help, please let me know, and I'm available, and we want to be supportive of everything that you all have doing, and we want you to understand that government works for you. So thank you for having me, and thank you to this amazing
And just Tayyib, as a council member is leaving, I'm the child of 2 public school teachers, so I have to ask, what did you give the council member, and do you have enough for everyone?
Oh, so I gave him The Upcycled Self. It's a book by Tariq Chowdhury, Black Thought, talking about his experience in Philadelphia. And Jane is thanked and mentioned, I think, 3 times in that book, because he was a part of the Anti-Graffiti Network. And it was a book I didn't know I needed. It really resonated with me. He, too, lived in Philadelphia, dealt with displacement, but he articulates the power of the arts in a way that is really special.
Beautiful. Thank you for that. Council member, thank you so much.
Thank you all for having me.
And good luck.
Thank you.
And Laurie, don't trip, sir. While the council member is making his exit, let's, right, hold it up for the photo. There you go. Thank you. All right, there you go. Laurie, let's go back to that 2036 question for a second. You and Patty and Val and everyone's come together. All of our wildest dreams have come true. What's different in Philadelphia in 2036? What are the headlines? What does the city look like? What does it feel like?
You know, I'd love to be able to step into any neighborhood and, be able to see and be in relationship with other people and know the assets that are all around me. What I've heard from everyone, and Tayyib, thank you so much for lifting this up. Everybody sees us on the international stage. Everybody sees us nationally. I'm in this in-between of a federal state partner with the National Endowment for the Humanities. Everybody's looking to us. They're looking to us for models of inspiration. And that we are stepping and shining in that pride of what we have here and in the abundance of what we have. And that we have reframed the way that we do work in this city and around planning. Let's not do a typical planning process where you're asking the same questions about transportation and economic development. Let's start with the people and what they value and what they care about and why they see arts and culture as part of their home, a part of their daily experience of when they step out of their house or their apartment or wherever they are, and they are taking advantage of that in their community, in community with others. And a planning process like that puts people at the center. And that's going to ask us, and it's a big question, to get out of the way. Funders, government, even egos in arts and culture. And that's a big step to be able to vision together with the people of Philadelphia and with people who are practicing and experiencing arts and culture on the ground.
Thank you for that. Tayyib, I want to make sure that you get a swing at that 2036 question as well. Do you have a dream? Do you have a vision? Do you sort of, when you close your eyes and think of that, we're not just on an iPhone 18 or whatever we'll be on in 2036, but what does Philadelphia look, taste, feel like?
So I have to go to your prompt of 2026, right? And if I think back historically of I was here for 1776, I remember, Isaiah mentioned the Pope that wasn't as wonderful as people remember it. I remember the RNC. So as a small business owner, and I have to mention, I'm a part of the 2.6% of Black-owned businesses in the city, all right? I can't just think about these benchmark things that are really about marketing for a moment. So for me, 2036, I want I would like to see a robust arts community where people walked outside of their doors, or they went to, public-private institutions or public institutions, and art was accessible in every neighborhood. And art, and we don't just have this idea. When Isaiah was talking about the bird tax, I was thinking about all my friends who were a part of many different creative communities that were displaced, and I don't think they left because of taxes. Right? They left because they didn't have the same access to opportunities, or they were unseen. Right? So transparently, the Black Star Film Festival has almost left Philly 3 times in its 13 years. Right? That is a cultural institution that is unique to anywhere in the world. And oftentimes when you don't get the sunlight and you don't get the water, and you can't create a photosynthesis to make you stay in place and grow and prosper, you do choose, to quote Isabella Wilkerson, the warmth of another sun, right? So sometimes the lack of investment or the lack of just attention or support, even I have to mention, I've been fortunate enough to be a part of the cultural ecosystem of the city of Philadelphia, and I don't see enough people mentoring or planning for the inevitability of someone taking their place, so that we have a rich, regenerative ecosystem that is not built around a few charismatic leaders who receive funding, but just a complete ecosystem that is abundant.
Great, thank you for that. Director Martinez, let me come to you for a second. We're getting some questions from the audience that one of the considerations when you engage with the city in particular is your incorporation status, right? Are you incorporated as a business? Are you a nonprofit? Are you a collective? Are you just a person with an idea? So as the city thinks about how it's investing in all of the work that's bubbling up, how should we think about things like fiscal sponsorship? How should we think about engaging with the city? Talk a little bit just about incorporation status and how people and projects can engage with not just the Department of Commerce, but also the city of Philadelphia's government. And if you would mind just, yeah, thank you.
So when I talk education and capacity building and access to information to make it easy for people to do what they want to do in entrepreneurship, that's a great example of a question that comes up again and again, and that we should be able to have streamlined answers and resources for people. Because the answer is it depends, right? It depends on a number of different factors, and I can't get into that, but fundamentally, what I will share this. This is what we have today, and this is what Philadelphia will have soon, and we will make it better and better every day. That's my promise. The first thing we have is a Mayor's Business Action Team, okay? And the phone number for the Mayor's Business Action Team is 215-683-2100. And we have a team of people who are there to answer any question that any aspiring or existing business owner has that relates to their experience as a business. And that includes connecting them to education, information, accountants, capacity building, to answer questions like, what status should I be in? What permits do I need? What licenses do I need? How do I get them? Help me do it. That's one thing we're gonna do. The other thing we're gonna do is we're creating an online business hub that should launch hopefully around January, where a lot of these questions are gonna be answered for people online to basically think about a digital twin of our Mayor's Business Action Team. The third thing I'll say, since I could also go on and on this topic of making it easy for people to make money as business people, is that we're gonna launch something that is called the Catalyst Fund. Okay, and the Catalyst Fund is that whole concept of love capital. And I've debated with my team about who's eligible, right? Eligibility is everything. And I am advocating for a rule that says, apply, whether you have the right permits or not. And if we love your idea and we think that what you're doing is worth investing in, we're gonna give you a conditional letter and say, look, here's a conditional grant and you have a few months to get the right structure to the extent you're not in it. But this idea of turning away great ideas because they're not in compliance with the rules is just not a way for a city to grow. So, and we will simplify processes and do away with processes that are cumbersome and not necessary alongside these proactive initiatives. So can't really answer the question about what's the right status for you, but what I can tell you is you should never let your absence of status stand in the way of your visioning yourself as an entrepreneur. We will help you on your journey.
Thank you for that. Prema, you were fundamentally at a place-based entity, and so you were thinking about a place. And one of the definitions of place is the way that all of the systems in that place interact and reinforce each other. You know, I take a car to get to
a question that we didn't cover in the prep call.
So many we don't cover. But, you know, people are sort of interested for the arts community, which is gathered here, as they're thinking about the other organizing that's going on in the city, as they're thinking about the future of transportation, as they're thinking about the future of housing, why is it important for the arts community to also show up for those things? Why do we also need the arts community to be thinking about transportation, housing, economic development, and all of those other systems in a place?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great question. And I think it goes back to, I think the word, what is it called? The word cloud. What was the biggest word? It was community, right? We're all interconnected. These are interconnected systems, in many cases unjust systems, but we need to work together in order to think about the way things we want to be. Like, and I just, want to say really quickly, like, I appreciate the fact that this has not been a conversation about recovery. because to be sure, we are different than we were 5 years ago, but I think there are great opportunities as well in all of this. And I think, I just, really quickly to not answer your question, Jamie, but to say what's sort of something that was on my mind. I think a lot of the slide you showed, Patty, about how we're at 50% of recovery now. And I think what we see, and like one of the things that we do at Center City District is we collect a lot of data and we look at it, we look at this holistically, at least the 120 organizations that are in Center City, which by the way is the second largest concentration of arts institutions of any downtown in America, which we love. But I think one of the things that we're struck by is, like, we don't talk enough about how we're all 5 years older. And so my father-in-law, for example, who is I think 40, if not 50-year subscriber to, and Crystal knows this, 50-year subscriber to the orchestra, canceled his orchestra membership. And this wasn't because of COVID. This is because he's 86 and doesn't have the energy to go to the orchestra anymore. And what we've seen in the data we've tracked is that the organizations that have leaned really hard into either tradition or engaging new audiences have been more successful in the new times. I love the statistic that more people went to, I don't know if anyone from the ballet is here, but more people went to the Nutcracker last winter than in any other time in the history of the Nutcracker being shown in Philadelphia, because people wanted the comfort of traditions. And then at the same time, we also observed a lot of organizations, like Kimmel, like the opera, who've been really thoughtful about new audiences, finding success there too. So we need to talk about how we're different and who we want to be going forward, and less recovery. So that's kind of top of mind for us on that front.
It's perfect. Thank you. Tayyib, you wanted to jump in.
Well, there's so many different directions
In a different
I
direction.
could go. But again, to speak to 2026, our tourism and hospitality and history space has a very Eurocentric perspective on telling history. And then if we look, thank you. If we look at the challenges that we're going through, when I think about talking about arts and humanities, like, I have to think about the era of McCarthyism, or I have to think about like how the NEA was defunded during Reaganomics, and like we're revisiting that pushback on the humanities, right? And if I think about how visitors, whether you go to any of our historical spaces, have this Eurocentric lens, we have to turn the lens and tell a multitude of histories about how people have come to Philadelphia, how people have been brought to Philadelphia through labor exploitation, through colonialism. And you could make a Mad Lib of telling like Philadelphia history from a more inclusive perspective that would actually speak to the global majority and bring people to Philadelphia on a continuum. I think we are limited in our capacity to think about like how to market the city, because we're trying to hold on to a very constrained perspective on history.
Thank you for that. Laurie, let me come to you. We've gotten a couple audience questions that sort of pick up on the council members' theme about in and out migration patterns. Are we worried about Philadelphia hemorrhaging artists to other places? I'll say, as someone who worked in New York City government, New York City is terrified that we're hemorrhaging artists to Philadelphia, which is sometimes referred to as the sixth borough. And it often turns out that when you dig into the data, there's some interesting things, like young people tend to move to cities. Middle-aged people tend to move out of cities to raise children. Older folks tend to move back to cities. But someone in the audience is really interested in the question about how do we attract 18-year-old creatives, particularly with the closure of the University of the Arts, particularly with rising property costs. When we think across the age spectrum, what do we need to do to encourage young people to keep coming to the city and young people to keep putting down their roots here in the city?
Well, I know I mentioned I have a 22-year-old. She's at the University of Pittsburgh doing a graduate degree right now. And she said to me, first and foremost, because she's seeing mom and dad are getting older, please don't sell your house because I want it. It's mine. Because she knows what assets we have in the city. And I truly believe it's in lifting them up. So we don't have Isaiah Thomas saying, I didn't know that. How do we lift it up? It's through experiences. It's through experiences and deep connection. That's what young people are looking for. I look at my daughter and she's really worried in Pittsburgh that she's making those connections. Where can you get deep connection and get off the phone? Because young people have not had the chance to build those networks and be in deep relationship with one another. And that's what we're all about. That is what is unique about Philadelphia and what makes us Philly, to lean into who we are and that special identity that we have that everybody else loves. Lean into it and stand in pride and shine with it.
Got it. Well, I think we're going to move into our sort of closing question. And part of the design of this panel was that we wanted the audience to learn from all of you, and specifically wanted Patty and Val to learn from you as they're thinking about this cultural planning process. So I'd love to ask each of you to come up with a piece of advice, a sage piece of wisdom, as folks that are kicking off an 18-month cultural planning process, as folks who are going to think about how arts and culture weaves into and is foundational to that vision of an equitable Philadelphia that's thriving for everyone. What is sort of your parting words of wisdom? What is your piece of advice? What is the piece of love capital you want to deposit with them? Director Martinez, you picked up your mic, so I'll start with you.
Well, I'm going to stick to my tactical theme of activating the creative economy. Okay. And I'm staying there because there's a lot of intellectuals on this panel who know a lot more than I do about, sort of the big picture and the strategy. And I'll tell you, we need creatives to activate our economies and our neighborhoods. And so what I'm going to ask is that you see yourself as an entrepreneur to the extent that you are an artist. You are either an actual entrepreneur or a potential entrepreneur. And if you see yourself in that way, know that you have a city that is going to invest in your development. Take risks, right? Take risks, but take thoughtful risk, which is why I think it's important to connect to educational programs that help you understand what the life cycle of business is and, what are the risks and how to avoid them. But fundamentally, you have a city that has your back if you step in. Because when we talk about we want to do this, we want to do that, at the end of the day, we need to be able to make markets between audiences and creative entrepreneurs, right? There's a lot of great ideas out there, but how do we activate them if we don't have people step forward and say, I want to do these 3 things, and here's how much it's going to cost, and that's where the love capital is going to come in. So please see yourself as entrepreneurs. When you see an application coming, don't say, oh, that's for somebody else, that's not for me. No, it's meant for you. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you for that. Prema, Val put up a 3-pointed star that is guiding the path. When you wish upon her star, what is your wish for this cultural plan? What is your wish for Philadelphia?
Star. I'm just, answering kind of as an individual. There's a mural I walk by. Hi, Jane. There's a mural I walk by every day on my way to work. And it's probably, visually not my favorite mural, but it has a quote on it I love that especially since the last election, I've been reflecting on a lot, which is a quote from Lincoln's second inaugural address. And it just says, with malice towards none, with charity towards all. And I think about that every day, and it candidly informs every interaction I have with everyone all day. And I think not underestimating the power of sort of these ambient art experiences and how they can, motivate and inspire people.
Great, thank you for that. Laurie, there are a lot of hopes, dreams, fears when you're launching a process, when everything's possible. Name one of your hopes, dreams, or fears for this.
One of my big hopes is that we create a movement for change. And we build those bridges. There's a false narrative out there that we're all competing for resources. Is that? No, I guess that's what we are doing in so many different ways, but we are an abundant field. And that we all see each other as part of being part of that tent and having a common purpose. that we see the field of humanities and arts and culture to include libraries and museums and historical sites and places that are in our communities, of murals, of restaurateurs, of media makers, of storytellers, that it is a really huge tent. My big hope is that that tent widens and we see each other, and we are actively changing the narrative that we're all competing for resources, but we are all acting in concert to make change together. That is my biggest hope, that the process will bring that bridge as well as create trust in the field itself.
Great, Laurie, thank you. Tayyib, to close us out, what are the words that you want folks to sort of have on our minds, on our lips, in our hearts as we leave this panel?
So when you initially made the question, you said to direct it to Patricia and Val. So that's where my head,
They're right there.
My head is. And I would encourage you to not avoid the discomfort. I saw on the screen you're going to have 12 community dialogues. So as someone who's been hired by some of the institutions in this room to do community work, you have to make space for the discontent and the justified outrage that you're going to receive, right? So, and like, you can't build trust with one interaction, right? So that you're going, like, you know, prayers up. You're going to hear a lot from people who have a justified outrage, and you can't grow without discomfort. Right? Like, not in yoga, not in sports, not in meditation. If you don't have discomfort, you're not growing. So I won't call out any particular branch of government, but there are aspects of our ecosystem that if you tell them the truth, they ghost you, right? Don't run away from the truth. The other thing I would say is be imaginative and transformative about investing in actually what's working versus trying to recreate the wheel. I've heard a couple times mention this dashboard. I recall a dashboard when Gary Stoyer was in your position that I was hired to help work on and develop. So sometimes we have existing ideas that just go dormant, and then you get a new administration or someone who's not as familiar with the arts, and they're like, that's a great idea. And it's like, dust off the one that's existing, and versus hiring a new group to build a new website. So there's a bunch of ways that, you know, don't avoid the discomfort, but, you know, it's like double down on things that are working. And I would say most of the things are working are going to be those things that are uptown and not downtown. I recall years ago a study that like something like 84% or 90% of the philanthropic funding for arts institutions was in Center City. We got to get beyond that, right? Because you're not going to have people on your stages that have rigor and creativity if you're not developing stuff within neighborhoods.
Thank you so much for that. Patty and Val, thank you both so much for inviting this conversation. Prema, Alba, Tayyib, Laurie, thank you so much for having it. Thank you all so much.
Thanks, everybody. Am I on? Great. Thank you so much. Yeah. Wow, guys, that was really great. Trust Tayyib not to take any prisoners. Ending us on a note of discomfort. Just kidding. Can we take a breath together? We've had a really long morning together. Yeah. Whew. All right. I know we're running a little bit behind, so I'm just going to push us forward. Next up is our keynote featuring Chair Maria Rosario Jackson. During this keynote, we will not be taking audience questions, so just FYI. And I will now hand it over to Connie Williams, member of the National Council of the Arts, which advises the National Endowment for the Arts. Connie has a deep and varied experience as an entrepreneur and consultant in the private sector and as an elected official in the public sector. Welcome, Connie. That should be on.
Is this on? Can you hear me? Goodbye, you all. I hope you'll see the tape of this. Thank you all for being here. As you heard, I'm Connie Williams. I'm a member of the National Council on the Arts, which advises the National Endowment for the Arts. It is my pleasure today to introduce the keynote speaker, Dr. Maria Rosario Jackson, who is chair of the NEA, and to welcome her back to Drexel University. The National Endowment for the Arts was founded by Congress in 1965. It is the largest funder of the arts and arts education in the country. It is a catalyst for additional public and private support and highlights the transformational power of arts in our lives. Dr. Jackson is the 13th chair of the NEA and has served since 2022. She is the first African American and the first Mexican American in this role. Holding a Ph.D. in urban planning and a master's degree in public administration, she has brought an understanding of how art, culture, and design are critical elements of a healthy community. She has said, arts, culture, creativity are not just the icing on the cake. They are critical elements of the batter. Chair Jackson has worked to position arts, culture, and the humanities as a significant part of the solution to some of our nation's most urgent challenges by encouraging all of us to embrace the essential role of the arts in helping to address local needs. Hers will be an enduring legacy. It is a privilege to welcome Chair Jackson with us today, and I'm delighted that we in Philadelphia share the vision that I know Chair Jackson has for the country. It is my pleasure to ask Chair Jackson to come up. She will give some remarks and then join in dialogue with Dean Schupbach. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is really wonderful to be with you all today. Thank you, Connie, for that kind introduction. The Honorable Connie Williams, our member of the National Council on the Arts. We're grateful for your leadership on the national stage and here locally as well. Thank you to President and CEO Patty Wilson Aden of the Greater Philadelphia Cultural Alliance, Dean Schupbach, and Drexel University for hosting us today. And thank you to all the staff who worked so hard to make this day come to fruition. Congratulations on this convening and the launch of public discussions, planning, and program and policy building about the cultural vitality of your city. I'm delighted to join you today to share some thoughts about the work that's taken place at the NEA over the past few years as a way to help animate and fuel the critically important work happening here. As we gather here today in this really wonderful city, it's a city many of you call home, a city that's meaningful historically to our nation and globally as the first American city to be named a World Heritage City. A place of, I think of it as elegance and grit. I invite us all to take a moment to dream and to stand in a space of possibility as we consider the future of this storied and vibrant place. In my time as chair of the National Endowment for the Arts, I've led with a focus on the arts as an essential element of just and healthy, thriving places where all people can reach their full potential. And this intention is anchored in three beliefs. First, the arts help us express and see our full humanity and that of others. They unleash our imagination. They help us ask and answer the most important questions. They help us heal. They help us bridge and connect. And ultimately, they help us thrive in so many ways. Second, the arts are at their most powerful, not when they exist in a bubble, but when they're integrated into all facets of our lives and the systems that we rely on to care for each other. And third, all people should have access to artful lives. rich cultural creative lives that nourish us, access to opportunities to consume, experience, make, teach, learn, access to the arts in all their forms, including opportunities in our daily lives, opportunities that provide joy, awe, inspiration, curiosity, connection, and more. Aspiring to artful lives requires us to consider that arts and culture take place in many forms and in many kinds of places. In traditional cultural venues like museums, theaters, and concert halls, but also in our homes, in community centers, in places of worship, public spaces, and so many other contexts. It requires us to understand that artists and culture bearers have multiple kinds of relationships to publics. They help us all to express our creativity, to make sense of the world, to speak truth, and to imagine new possibilities. And relatedly, artists must have the wide range of avenues necessary to deliver what they have to offer. Many more career paths beyond those few narrow ones that are paved well right now anyway. Aspiring to artful lives requires that we value creative products and also creative process, and insist that access to this kind of engagement is essential for everyone. The concept also requires us to believe that the arts are intrinsically important, full stop. At the same time, they're crucial to so many other dimensions of our individual and collective lives. So as we think about planning, stewarding places that we help shape and that in turn shape us, let's consider the possibilities available to us. And I'll repeat a version of the question that Patty brought up earlier today from the Healing, Bridging, Thriving Summit at the White House. And I'll include a couple of other questions for you to consider as well. What if we included arts and humanities in all policies and programs intended to help us deliver on the promise of our nation? What if we thought of health and healing more holistically? What if we better enabled and compensated artists and cultural organizations for contributing to health and well-being? What if we fully recognize the ways our physical environments influence our civic life and social fabric, and we fully recognize the power of art and design in those realms? What if we could find modes of expression in our daily lives that unite us instead of divide us? Experiences that allow us to see one another's full humanity, experiences that make visible our commonalities and our meaningful differences, experiences that fuel a healthy democracy. These questions can help us envision and unlock an expansive range of opportunities for the arts and artists to deliver what they have to offer to the world, what they have to offer to this city. What we've been able to accomplish under the Biden-Harris administration has relied on the federal government taking historic action to unleash the full power of the arts, to bolster communities across the country through executive orders, bolstered research demonstrating the power of arts engagement in many realms, and deep respect for artists, with President Biden recognizing their roles as truth tellers, bridge builders, and change seekers. Today, perhaps more than at any point in the history of the NEA, we consider ourselves more expansively, yes, as a funder, but also as a national resource, with the understanding that our work impacts the arts sector, our communities, and our country. And with this in mind, we've expanded our view of who are stakeholders in the cultural sector, and we've forged stronger bonds with key leaders across federal government. The NEA is a trusted partner, called upon to be a resource across a broad range of federal agencies in areas of policy and practice, including departments where we've had longstanding relationships as well as new collaborations. We work with the Department of Education on all things related to arts education, including most recently the new guidance that allows for the use of Title I funds for arts education. Department of Defense and Department of Veterans Affairs, longstanding relationship there on creative forces and using arts modalities to help people heal from post-traumatic stress and other brain injuries, so much that we're learning that has application beyond military communities. Work with the Department of Health and Human Services to strengthen our understanding and our design of programs related to arts at the intersection of health and healing, including work with state arts agencies and arts organizations and others that are committed to this intersection. Work with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, focused on making sure that they understand what artists need in this state of emergencies, and also what arts organizations and artists have to offer as part of recovery. Work with the Department of Labor, helping them to better understand the role of artists as workers. Work with the Department of Transportation, making sure that arts organizations and artists are able to benefit from opportunities for commissions and similar with investments in physical infrastructure. And similarly, a longstanding relationship with the General Services Administration, focused on advancing opportunities for public art. And there's more. At the start of my career, nearly 30 years ago, the economic argument was the central argument for supporting the arts. And while affirming the importance of economic impacts of the arts, presently, the NEA is also helping, from our national perch, to steward a paradigmatic shift about how we value arts and artists in our society. The economic development argument is still important and valid, but it's only part of the story. Many of the conversations like those we're having today and the collaborations between the arts and other fields taking place now would have been considered highly improbable a few decades ago. To help guide this work, we've established the NEA's Office of Partnerships, Expansion, and Innovation, recognizing that collaboration requires work and is work, and it requires thoughtful tending. And that office has been led by my colleague Jen Hughes, who's here today. As evident in the Healing, Bridging, Thriving Summit on the roles of arts and culture that we convened with the White House Domestic Policy Council earlier this year, we've developed a stronger capacity to work across the federal government and with philanthropy to strengthen and launch critically important arts-based work. Our work in recent years requires us to focus ever more on how we think of an arts ecology. That is the collection of related entities required for all people to have artful lives. The mechanics needed to ensure that the arts, culture, and design are woven into our civic infrastructure at all levels, including work in cities and towns throughout the country, in places like Philadelphia. An important component of ecosystems, or an ecosystems approach, is bolstering our work with agencies operating at smaller geographic scales, including regional, state, and local arts agencies and local leaders. It's incumbent on us also to reimagine ecosystems to include stakeholders across sectors who benefit from and have resources to amplify important work. This includes philanthropy, local governments, civic groups, business organizations, and more. The NEA has an enhanced focus on state, regional, and local arts agencies as key participants in unleashing the full power of the arts. And this includes new initiatives at the state level with focused on health and the power of the arts in health and healing, working with state arts agencies around the country to advance different iterations of that or different manifestations of that. Work with the regional arts organizations on something called Arts Here, which is a program that focuses on often community-based organizations that have been particularly successful in reaching sometimes hard to reach populations and creating opportunities for arts engagement. At the local level, we're involved in a 2-year study in partnership with 2M Research to better understand how the NEA and other funders can support local arts agencies and facilitate networking across a pretty big universe of organizations. These are only a few among many steps that we've taken to strengthen the field to continue to carry out this critical work. Seeing the breadth of cross-sectional work taking place, even with shifting political realities, I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic that artists and arts organizations, what they make possible in communities, not just among those who see themselves currently as part of the arts sector, but among everyone. I'm optimistic that our creativity and imagination, that the creativity and imagination of all of us can help us advance and get us unstuck, and that together we'll build and steward communities where all people can lead artful lives and reach their full potential. What's happening in Philadelphia is consequential here and consequential for the country. I'm really looking forward to the conversations today. Thank you.
Our amazing chair of the national, like, give it. Has she just been so awesome for this country? Oh my gosh, amazing. So we don't have a ton of time and I want to get super real, super quick. So I think we should take up Shawn's challenge to let Philly show the way. Are we going to do that in this city or what, right? Are we going to lead us out of this thing? Okay, that was weak. Are we going to do it or what? Come on, let me hear it. So if we are having a crisis of imagination, you've done so much of this kind of work at the national level to help guide the moment we're in Philly. I mean, Val has this incredible plan about how we're going to move forward, about how we can build these kind of integrations in our policy across our city and in our neighborhoods. Give us a little bit of imagination about how we could take some of the work you've done at the national level and land it here. It is a critical moment. It's an opportunity. Tell us how to grasp it.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah. So one of the things, Jason, I don't know if I can match your energy.
I'm trying. I mean, mama needs lunch too, so, you know.
One of the things that I think is really important to consider as this work begins to get a lot of momentum here is that the work of collaboration and arts integration, it's work, and it requires staffing. It requires tending. It requires really thoughtful stewarding. It requires one to toggle between whatever the big picture is and the vision is and what the really pragmatic tactics are on the ground. And that's constant, right? Because you're always looking for the opportunities to create that moment of contact, of connection, of possibility for arts integration.
Thank you. And I think when you talk about that stewardship, and I'd like for you to speak a little bit more about that, it feels like we have a trust building exercise to do in Philadelphia based on the conversation from this morning. So talk a little bit about how you built trust between agencies, trust with community partners. What has that process been like, and how can we learn from it?
See, I've been at this in different contexts for a while. Right now, the perch that I have is at the National Endowment for the Arts at a national level. This work in various forms has manifested locally in communities in a real micro way. So there's lots of scales, but I think that the through line in all of them has to do with transparency and making sure that there's clarity about the shared North Star, right? So if everyone, at least in general, is rowing in the same direction and has enough of a shared set of values and assumptions, I think that lots of things are possible, right? Again, with stewardship and staffing, though, because things don't happen by themselves. And this is not add water and stir work. Sometimes the opportunity shows up, but you can only take advantage of the opportunity if you're ready for it. And that's the part that's not add water and stir work. I mean, some of the things that I'll say I have found to be transcendent across different levels of work is that the calling out of the arts as valuable, full stop, is really important. And to have people come to believe that is important. And the arts integration work relies on having something to integrate. So many years ago, I worked at a think tank in Washington. I was at the Urban Institute. And some of my work there was focused on how do you integrate arts and culture and value for it and metrics about arts and culture alongside other things that we care about, like employment, education, housing, et cetera. There's lots of urban planners here, I know, and I'm one of those. And my charge was to figure out how would you do that. And we came up with some metrics that had to do with being able to understand if there were artists in a place, if there were arts organizations, if there were opportunities for people to consume arts, if there were opportunities for people to engage in making, teaching, learning. So all of these different ways of, sometimes people get scared of the notion of metrics, but really it's about accountability, right? So all of these different ways of understanding what accountability needed to look like. And at one point we got into a discussion about whether we were gonna have an index that rolled everything up and then you got a score, or whether we were actually gonna keep it unpacked and let people understand what went into a comprehensive understanding of an arts index. And we decided to keep it unpacked, in part because we needed to socialize that all of these elements of a healthy arts ecosystem are important to understand and call out, right? So you could have a city, for example, that maybe scored really high in festivals, but they didn't score so well on something else. Or maybe there were actually a lot of artists, but there weren't that many presenting institutions, often because artists couldn't afford to live in the places where the presenting institutions are. So this more nuanced understanding of what it is that we're actually trying to cultivate and advance, and transparency around that feels important. And it may sound counterintuitive, but the idea of calling it out, lifting it up, and valuing it as part of the integration process seems like it's a really important element of how this work has to happen. Because there are still a lot of forces that militate against a strong belief system that the arts matter. This is not a completely not completely perfect metaphor, but if you think about how the arts are woven into our lives, you have to tend to the weaving, and you also have to tend to the material that's going to be woven. So it's a both and, right? It's not about the arts off to the side, and or just the arts as integrated and invisible, but that tending to both is really important. I hope that, does that make sense?
Yes, beautiful, thank you. We were talking a little bit last night about other ways that governments can validate in real ways. Executive orders, you talked about the council passing law that led to a lot of work in LA County. Could you speak about a couple of those examples, maybe the federal executive order and like real concrete things? Because maybe the mayor, this is Jason advocating personally, could do an executive order that could kick off some of this work, something like that, but go ahead.
So a couple of things that have been facilitating factors in different contexts. At the federal level, during the Biden administration, there was an executive order that called on all agencies in federal government to collaborate with the cultural agencies, with the recognition that they had something to offer, and that these agencies would benefit from a boost of creativity and imagination.
Gotta have creative people to have creative solutions, yep.
And that was an executive order, and it really did put the Arts Endowment and IMLS, Institute for Museum and Library Services, National Endowment for the Humanities, it really put us in a different position with a different calling card, because everybody had the executive order to work together. And we needed to figure that out and make it meaningful. So that's one example. Before, a few years ago, well, actually many years ago now, I was co-chair of the Cultural Equity and Inclusion Initiative for the County of Los Angeles. And one of the fruits of that labor, and it was about a 2-year community sounding process that led to a number of recommendations that were intended to bolster and preserve, advance, bolster cultural vitality in the county. And one of the things that came out of that was, for the first time ever, a cultural policy for LA County. And the cultural policy stipulates that all agencies within the County of Los Angeles are also stewards of the county's cultural vitality. So again, there is some edict, a legal edict, that requires this kind of collaboration to be tended to. Of course, policies are not as strong as one may imagine if they're not tied to practice and accountability. So that's something else that I would put forward here is, as people in Philadelphia think about what they want to develop, that whether it is an executive order or a policy, that it is tied to practice or programs and some measure of accountability. Because when I teach cultural policies, if you don't have all three, you don't have what's ideal.
We're a little bit out of time. I'm so overjoyed we've been able to bask in your genius for this limited amount of time. Can you leave us with a word of hope? Something that makes you feel like it's not a laughing matter. Something that can inspire us as we go forward in this really incredible moment of coming together in Philadelphia.
We're here. We could be lots of other places. And you've chosen to be here in this conversation. And I'm also, of the mind that this is long haul work, that the shape of progress doesn't always look like a straight line. And there is always opportunity. We may have to look at things differently or understand the purchase from which this work can happen in a different way. But if you believe in the power of the arts, as I know so many of you here do, this is long haul work. And it needs to happen, and it will happen, and we'll figure out how to do it. I'm confident of that. I mean, somebody asked me, so as an urban planner, I'm going to take an extra minute, I'm sorry. But as an urban planner, early in my career, people would ask me, you care about poverty, you care about racism, you care about neighborhoods, why are you doing this arts and culture stuff, as if it was off mission? And I knew that without it, we can't fulfill what we think of as, I think, our obligation to create the communities where everyone can deliver their gifts, right? And it wasn't until a little later in my career, because I would just get annoyed when I would be asked, why are you doing this? You're off, why don't you go do traditional economic development or housing or something that looks more like what planners do? But then, some of you who know this, who know me, have heard me say this before. It became really clear to me that if you look around the world and throughout the ages in strategies to disempower, the first thing that is tampered with is the ability to ask questions, make meaning, connect to each other, connect to the divine. These are all the things that we do through the arts. And if it's so powerful that it has to be tampered with in order to diminish or weaken, then why don't we think of it as core to building? So that's been my personal ethos. And a few years ago, somebody asked me, this was like one of those icebreakers when you come into a conference and you got to get to know each other or whatever. And the question was, what are you most proud of in your career? And my answer then, and I think it's still my answer now, I think about it, but I think it's still my answer now, is that I stuck with it because I was discouraged from it, but I knew my compass. So I think there are many people here and I'm looking at Jane, just happened to glance at you. But I know that there are many people here who have stuck with it, and we're here.
You heard it here, folks. Don't give up. Let's give a huge round of applause for Dr. Jackson. Thank you so much for coming to Philadelphia. I believe we're going to lunch. Thank you so much. And pass it back to Jane.
Station, am I on? Yeah, okay. I guess I'll come up here. We are breaking for lunch. Campsite rules, whatever you brought in, take out with you. If you have trash, please dispose of it. There are, told to tell you there are gluten-free and vegan options for lunch, which must mean that there are also non-gluten-free and non-vegan options. And we'll reconvene in 45 minutes. What's a song that will make everybody want to stop? What's a good song I can sing? Saving all my art for you. Ooh. Well, I'm just gonna start harassing people. Jamie. Yeah. Ooh, if you can hear me, clap your hands. If you can hear me, clap your hands. Awesome. I love networking so much. I love talking to my friends and professional colleagues. And I love meeting strangers and sitting in auditoriums for several hours of the morning. I love weak coffee. I love keynotes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for letting me entertain you back into this lovely auditorium. And through a sound, can you just let me know how you're all feeling? Yeah, cool. I don't know about you, but I'm making fun of the format of this only because we've all been to these, right? Like we've all had these conversations many times. But I want to say I actually felt so nourished after this morning's conversations, the slow burn this morning of just sort of thinking about the city and the state and regional infrastructural funding to that like really zippy conversation between our panelists. And then of course, Dr. Jackson's remarks. I'm really taking it into myself along with the cold tuna salad sandwich. Who had the tuna salad sandwich? Yay! Yes, team tuna salad. What, you didn't get the tuna? Oh no. I bet there's some left. I bet that'll be delicious in an hour. When I think of nourishment, I think of the fact that we're, Chair Jackson said it, we have a shared North Star. And I like to think of how we are actually not just heading in that direction, but we are the people who feed the river that gets us to the horizon, right? We're not just on a boat, we're not just in a car, but we are actually paving the way. So that's what I'm taking. And I'm again just superlatively pleased to be here with you all today. Just a reminder, I'm your smoking hot Asian MC. And my name is Anne with big balls. That's right, thank you. This is like the beginning of my first rap song. My name is Anne, I have big balls. And our next panel is Arts, Culture, and Community Power Building. And it'll illuminate how communities can harness their unique cultural heritage to shape and celebrate their identities and redefine their futures, our futures. National models confirm that enduring equitable change can be achieved when historically marginalized communities, or just communities, are supported to build and wield their power to shape, govern, and protect our futures. Be part of a dynamic conversation with these grassroots organizers. And I'm actually just so excited. I can almost do this without the cue cards. Dave Q, Interim Executive Director at Asian Arts Initiative. Yes. Vivian Chang from Asian Americans United, Executive Director. And lately, rabble rousers and testimony against the arena. Just gonna throw that in there. Jamie Brunson, Executive Director, First Person Arts. We love Jamie. And I can't believe Asali's here. This is so exciting, all the way from New Orleans, also known as Bula Bancha, Asali Devan Ecclesiastes, Executive Director of the Ashe Cultural Center in New Orleans. If we are graced with any of her poetry, you may cease to exist thereafter. Moderating this beautiful panel is Aviva Kapust, who we all know from in so many ways, but co-director lately of the Culture and Community Power Fund, PKA The Village. And well, I'm going to invite you all to come up here and have a conversation.
Testing. The power of branding people.
There we go.
There you go.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is so nice to see so many familiar faces. We don't get to do this enough in person. Like Ann said, I'm Aviva Kapust. I'm currently co-director of the Culture and Community Power Fund, formerly the executive director at the Village of Arts and Humanities. So this makes this particular panel extra special to me, alongside fellow practitioners. A little bit about the Culture and Community Power Fund. We are a funders collaborative and a lab that includes our very own William Penn Foundation with Barbara Wong and Lindsay So Tucker, the Kresge Foundation of Detroit, and Barr Foundation of Massachusetts. And we're partnering with communities and organizations on the front lines of climate justice, equitable community development, economic justice, and so many other critical issues to invest nearly $10 million in support of communities' ability to envision, to lead, and to protect the social changes they wish to see. Culture is both a driving force and an outcome of these power building efforts, but it's under-recognized, it's undervalued, and it's truly under-supported. So we're working to change all of that. I want to just name that we stand on the shoulders of so many people who are not in this room or not with us today. And I want to give a shout out to Arthur Hall and to Lily Yeh, whose legacy I had the privilege to carry out at the Village of Arts and Humanities, truly demonstrating in real life, you can go to the village and see that arts and culture can be a driver of equitable, creative, equitable community development with and for the people who are at the front lines of this work all of the time. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna talk a little bit with these fine folks here and make sure that together we're using a definition of culture that goes beyond only art. When we talk about culture, we need to understand that culture is a community's traditions. It's its ways of being and relating, its meeting places, both formal and informal. It's shared stories, practices, and experiences that connect people to one another and generation to generation. And when we're talking about community power building, we're not talking about all social services. We're not talking about all kinds of investments in community development. We are talking about intentional investments and activities that build a community's ability to come together to design and lead change for the long term. It's not a one-time outcome. Power is not a one-time outcome. Neither is equity. It's a long-term practice that requires consistent and intentional investment in people, in place, and in community. So with that, I want to say that I agree with Tayyib that if you were here for his panel earlier, that we do have a crisis of imagination. Certainly in some places in our city government, certainly in some sectors. But as Jamie reminded me at lunch, we have a crisis in our ability to outreach, to reach out, to find the work that is inspiring, that is showing us the glimmers of hope and of true solutions we are seeing on the ground and that these amazing practitioners are going to tell you about. So I want this panel to be about illuminating and illustrating the small and big ways we can actually use art and culture as a driving force for equitable social change today and long, this is the long game, into the future. So I'm going to start with Asali.
Uh-oh. Hi.
So Asali, I want to talk a little bit about the work that you're doing on the ground in New Orleans around Mardi Gras. So Mardi Gras, as you've shared with us, is a $1 billion revenue generator for New Orleans. And 2% of that goes back into the communities where the tradition comes from and funding the lives and the well-being of the people who drive it forward. So let's talk about some of the strategies you're using to reclaim not just the economic value of those of that event, but also the cultural value that it brings to so many people and re-enriching the community every single year.
Hi, y'all. How are you? Y'all good after lunch? All right, let me feel your energy. I'm gonna get us our energy going for this panel because we have, yes, thank you. I'm from New Orleans. I'm here to visit. Let me feel you. So because this stuff is so heavy and I feel like we were lighter a couple of weeks ago. And the imagination that we need, this crisis of imagination that you're talking about, like the crisis is that we have to shift our imagination because we've been imagining, right, you know, along that North Star for a while. And we've come to a point where we've learned that many of our fellow citizens have a different North Star. And then so how do we move together? How do we imagine that pathway so that we can begin to forge it? And the answer is, I don't know. But I'll tell you what we've been doing and how we're thinking about it differently in the wake of a new political reality. So as Aviva mentioned, you know, Carnival makes $1 billion every single year in New Orleans. But money is made in New Orleans all year long, make about $10 billion a year just through tourism. And again, those Black folks make 2% of that money. We're 60% of the population, 38% of the businesses, and get 2% of the business receipts. Carnival overall, because I'm a culture folk, so when the elder, I got involved in this project because the elder came to my office, I was working in the mayor's office, and said, Miss Lady, we need you to do this. And it was this idea around like a World Carnival Festival where practitioners from Brazil and Trinidad and all of these other places would join us in New Orleans for this great event. But the nerd in me made me look it up a little more. They tried to do it in '96. The city didn't do what they were supposed to do. You know how that goes. So in 2014, it fell back on my desk. When I started doing my research, I learned that we make $1 billion, but Carnival makes $175 billion every single year in the world, 175. The Black, Latino, and Indigenous people who provide the cultural content for Carnival combined make 2 to 5% of that every year. And women, upon whose TNA all of Carnival exists, make 0.2% of that. Imagine, women make 0.2% of the $175 billion that Carnival generates every year. So when we first began imagining how to do this, you know, my first thought was, oh no, we're not doing something else to make other folks, you know, richer, right? Like we have this big, great event, it's only gonna spread the disparity, or widen the disparity, I should say. And so we started thinking about how we can empower carnival producing businesses. So before we could even, get into the event, and we're graduating our first cohort on Saturday, so I'm super excited. We've been able to support 11 carnival producing businesses with customized business capacity building, all of the stuff that they tell you that you need in TA, right? Of course, these are people who already have businesses, who've already been making it, but the culture that we live in requires certifications and all of these kinds of things, right? So, we connected them with bankers and business planners and all of those things. And thanks to the largesse and generosity of the Community Power Fund, we were able to give each of them a grant to support their business plans. And I'm a long talker, so I'm gonna try to wrap it up. But we met some folks from the Organization of American States along this journey. And so while we were building the cohort and building this grand event that's going to happen every 2 years, that's going to start in New Orleans in 2026 and then go to Columbia in 2028 and Trinidad in 2030. So every 2 years, we're going to need y'all to go to these places and make it rain on those folks. So heads up. But we met the Organization of American States and started talking about what an equity policy looks like across countries, which is something I never imagined that I would get to work on, right? So when we started talking about proudest moments, just the thought that I could help shape culture and economy for people in many different places, brings me great joy, but also reminds me of the peril. Because the next day after the election, my partnership with the OAS, literally at 9 in the morning, before things were even all the way counted up, they called to let me know that we may not be able to do this the way that we thought we were going to be able to do it, right? So we have to rethink, we have to re-strategize, we have to reword, right? We have to retool equity. Imagine. To achieve equity, you can't talk about it. So those are the kind of imaginings that we have to do now, but that we feel very firmly that we're capable of, even though we're not feeling so up to it in this moment.
Thanks, Asali. I think it's so important to recognize that this is going to be incredibly long work. It's big work. And they're not just working at the policy level, though that is an important piece of this. They're also working at the ground level, right? To build the capacity of residents, to build the capacity of business owners, to be able to, from the ground up, from the grassroots up, take and reclaim the culture, the traditions, and the money that is theirs.
Absolutely. And I just add that this will be an international policy in November of 25, and the city of New Orleans is working on a local policy alongside as well.
Right. And to call out, this is an arts and culture organization doing this work, doing the business training TA that we heard about earlier, and just getting in there and doing it. Not a whole lot of planning and thinking, you just get in there, right? And doing the policy work and organizing everyone.
I was just going to say the planning and the thinking is being done, but we're also able to tap into generations of planning and thinking, and that is the strength of art.
Yeah. I want to move to another piece of that puzzle, which is narrative and which is storytelling, and kind of excavating all of the experiences and the ideas that exist within so many of our neighborhoods in Philadelphia and across the nation. And to be able to listen to those experiences and those ideas and actually bring them to bear, and to actually change at a systems level. Jamie, the work you're doing around gun violence at First Person Arts has had an enormous influence on the Department of Behavioral Health. And oftentimes when we think about systems change, again, we think about policy, but your work with thousands of people across Philadelphia has actually made it into the way that the Department of Behavioral Health speaks, strategizes, talks to one another, leads their events. So talk a little bit about that process and why storytelling is such an important tool.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Are y'all awake? Because mama needs y'all to be awake in order to receive, to pick up what I'm putting down. Aviva said, keep it high energy, Jamie. Thank you. May I, before I do that, just put a couple of things into
Anything
context
you
from our
want.
practice? You know, we talk a lot about art and culture. And I want to reframe the conversation around culture. Because as Aviva and I have chatted and the group has chatted, culture really is, I think you used the word the big mama. You know, we think about geography and a group of people living in a similar geography. And then culture develops as we learn to live together, to practice together, to bring our own individual unique experiences to the group. That becomes culture. Art is an output of culture. Hello, Ross. Art is an output of culture, just like religion. You know, when you have groups that combine their religious practices together to morph, it is an output. And culture often takes a back seat in the conversation about art and culture. And I want us to be mindful of that because too many times it becomes subjective. You know, one person's culture is not as important as another culture, and this is art and this is not art. So I want us to roll back and reframe the focus on culture. And I will say that First Person Arts is Philly's premier storytelling organization. And in the capacity of the executive director of that organization, having the honor and privilege to serve this great city, in 13 years of serving in this capacity, I believe I have heard nearly 10,000 stories from neighbors across this region. Imagine a world where people with lived experiences of an issue were at the table suggesting solutions to the problem. I expected applause for that. And our practice at First Person Arts, one, believes everyone has a story to tell. Everyone in the culture has a story to tell. And there is an art to developing your true personal story into something compelling that is a therapeutic act of love, and there is healing in those rooms. And then we take those developed stories and use them to catalyze dynamic community conversations around pressing issues. So to quote on the trigger work, working with documentary filmmaker Glenn Holston, First Person Arts developed a documentary film in collaboration also with the Department of Behavioral Health. And in that film, we precisely focused on the gun violence issue in this city. And we gathered together, because there's also an art to curation. We gathered together stories of people impacted by gun violence who had chosen to use those experiences to bring help, hope, and healing to others. We created an impact campaign for how we wanted to use these stories to center conversations and provide people with access to trauma supports, because everyone impacted by gun violence, including those of you in your safe neighborhoods who turn on the news and see that gun violence story, that is traumatic. So we use that, working in partnership with the Department of Behavioral Health, to go out into communities, screen the film, and then conduct deep, meaningful engagement with community members around the issue. We opened up the mic and allowed them to share their stories. But more importantly, and again, there's an art to intention. We intentionally design the conversations to lend themselves to bend towards justice and hope, so that people that came in to talk about something deeply disturbing and troubling walked away with access to support and hope. As a result of this work, and every year we look at a particular societal problem with the department and create use this model to create storytelling and go out into the community. In 2025, we will celebrate 10 years of that relationship because God is good all the time. As a result, this art of storytelling has impacted the way the department serves its community. We have even created resources that the department now uses beyond the project that we work on when they go out for other opportunities to engage with people. Folks, the work that we do in the culture and arts community is making a difference.
That's right. Thank you, Jamie, for that. It's so important just to also acknowledge that while there has not been enough investment in this, the majority of investment in power building with in relationship to art has been in narrative change and advocacy work. And we love that. We don't want that to stop, although we do see a trend that that is actually diminishing as well. What we want to see is more of that work connected to a change agenda. We want to see more of that work hitting the narrative, right? The toxic narratives that do exist within our city agencies. If we can convince the Department of Behavioral Health to treat and look at and understand citizens of Philadelphia differently, that means that everything they do, the way that they serve, the way they use every single dollar is going to be more just, more equitable, and in response to the ideas and the needs of the citizens of Philadelphia.
And this model is replicable. If we can do it for gun violence and see a change, what can't we do it with? How can't we use this model? There's no stopping us.
And how else can the other agencies in Philadelphia use both this example of working with an arts and culture organization, certainly Mural Arts is example. If anybody, I know we call out Jane a lot, but I just have to say, if anybody knows how to work among and within and across our city agencies, it's Mural Arts. And a lot of these relationships were born out of that very, very hard, diligent work. I want to also now just turn to both Dave and Vivian. I think you could probably see Vivian's shirt here. These are for sale, yes, to support the advocacy and organizing around the arena. Chinatown has in Philadelphia and across the United States, Chinatowns have a deep, deep history and deep experience of resistance, especially that comes from developer-led displacement. And today that is front and center. And I want to just invite you to talk a little bit about the idea that while we are sitting here as an arts and culture community, there is data produced, in collaboration with the city and all the organizations involved in this that is telling us that this arena will bring the onslaught of cultural erasure to the Chinatown community. And I want to kind of ask you to talk about this community and how the arts and culture community is showing up for the culture and the people of Chinatown, and other things you might like to share.
Yeah, and maybe I'll talk about the struggle a little bit for folks who are coming from other places. Also on the back of my shirt, if anyone remembers AI's quote, it says, we talk about billionaires, right? Let's talk about practice. But yeah, I mean, I think that's the narrative piece, right? There's basically, this is a 2.5-year campaign struggle movement that we've been building. And yeah, this is the 6th, maybe 7th time that Philly's Chinatown has been targeted for a mega development project. They tried to put a prison in Chinatown because, every community wants a prison, yeah. They tried to put a baseball stadium, right? 25 years ago, sports stadium, same thing, here we are again. They tried to put a casino there. Again, that's great for families, children, right? Like, how is that something that makes sense for a residential neighborhood? So this fight, I think it has really galvanized a lot of folks. A lot of folks have told me this is one of the few things giving them hope, and they're feeling okay, this country's there's so much happening, but there's something I can fight on the local level, right? There's something I can express my voice in and kind of take on these corporate developers that are just going after our schools and our transit and everything and our communities. So I think there's been a lot of power to, like on the plus side, like a lot of arts and culture has shown up in the ways of like no arena chorus. We have a flash chorus that comes to things. We did a little music video playing on Wrecking Ball. It's very cutesy. And I will say for me personally, like coming not necessarily from the space, but like from organizing and from labor, I'm like, oh, this is how we bring joy. You know, normally it's like, okay, we're doing our like icebreakers and all those things, but there's so much creativity and so much, I think that there's unlocking to do. And I think a lot of that taps into like why people find this movement so like meaningful to be part of, because we're fighting for a community. We're fighting for all of Philly's working class communities, because like if one goes down, that's the opening the floodgates for all of them. And I think it's like at the people level, there's so much that folks are bringing in. But I know Dave can talk a little more about institutional level, because I think that's this challenge that we're having.
I mean, I just want to echo the idea that I had a chance to present the No Arena movement to Chinatown organizers across the country. And the presentation I put together was just a love letter to all the weirdos that are involved. And when I say weirdos, that's the highest compliment I can give. You know, there's just you should watch the music video. You should watch the little crane wrecking ball helmets that we're walking around with. There's just it's this beautiful coalition of all types of energies coming together and really putting together a diverse and a really fun creative movement against showing all different types of ways that we are against this arena. But frankly, I'm shocked by the lack of cultural participation that we're seeing against the arena, by how little we are speaking out. Chinatown is really Chinatown's the canary in the coal mine. You know, this is really the first year of this administration. We're seeing precedents being set for how this administration is going to go about business. And we're seeing, you know, I have asked for a meeting. Chinatown organizers have asked for 4 meetings. And instead of being invited into the room to negotiate, to talk, to hear us out, you know, we're seeing this administration put the full force of its authority against the door and continue to negotiate behind closed doors. But this is a cultural issue. It's not just a Chinatown issue. Chinatown is an economic powerhouse. It might be lower C culture, right? This is a neighborhood without public parks, without a library, without a major, you know, art museum. But this is a lived culture and community that is being threatened right now. And I think ultimately, I totally lost my train of thought.
How we're showing up for you in this moment, or not?
Well, I guess I think we need to, again, this is the first year of the administration. I think we need to invite this mayor into having a better relationship with the cultural community. This affects all of us. This is the precedent that we're going to be setting for the rest of this for the rest of this administration. And I think it's just, you know, it's not a lost cause for either the arena fight or for us as cultural agents. You know, I think we can call the mayor in, call council in, and say we are kind of the theme of the day is how powerful arts and culture can be. And I think this is our opportunity to stand up and say, this is your opportunity to kind of work with us, to kind of create the future with us, because we are powerful and we have access to a lot of the constituency that has voted you into power. So I think, you know, this week there's going to be testimony, the first opportunity for public testimony in the 2.5 years that we've known about this arena proposal. This is the very first time that any members of the public are going to have an opportunity to say something. So I hope you will join me in signing up in giving a rousing 1 minute of testimony for council to for hear what we have to say. And then I know, you know, I'm going to shout out David Acosta. So David, myself, and Deborah Kodesh wrote a letter, an open letter, kind of demanding that the arts and culture community be heard, that the cultural workers of Philadelphia are against the arena. We were hoping to present that tomorrow. We're so close to 1,000 signatures, so if you have not signed it, please
please look us up. If you go to the NACS Philly Instagram, so that's NACS, No Arena Chinatown Solidarity, you should be able to click through to the link and join us. We'd love to say we have at least 1,000 cultural workers. We think that's a realistic goal. At least 1,000 cultural workers have stood up and said, we do not want this arena, and we are opposed to the process and the lack of public discussion that we have in this proposal. It's going to be on Instagram. NACS Philly is the account that you should be following if you haven't, but you should be able to follow a link through to a number of petitions. But look for the, look for the cultural workers say no to the arena.
I also just want to call out that Asian Arts Initiative and Dave specifically drafted Chinatown's first cultural plan, 2011?
2017.
2017, sorry. I dated you like inappropriately, sorry. Just to say that this is one of the few communities in Philadelphia that has a cultural plan. So we're talking about embarking on a citywide cultural plan, but if the cultural plans of a single community can be erased and can be disregarded, what does that mean for the prospects for the future of a citywide campaign? So just, you know, as we're thinking about planning also to also think about drawing upon, and I think this was mentioned earlier, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Let's go and ask the people in communities that have done the work and gather up what already exists. I think Roberto Bedoya has taught us in the work they've done in Oakland that a lot of these ideas already are out there. So let's make sure we're gathering them. I think lastly, I want to kind of offer for anybody who wants to answer this, and especially to start with Asali, arts and culture organizations are often kind of, especially those who are deeply rooted in communities, are kind of charged with being first responders, right? We're charged with working across sector, with working in a multidisciplinary manner, also at the same time presenting some of the most stellar, amazing artworks and you know, exhibitions the cities have seen. How does that play out for you in New Orleans? And how do you see the kinds of support you're getting actually, you know, bolstering that need to kind of move and shift and respond to your community in real time?
Ooh, so being a first responder is like such a sacred duty, and most people know that that's what they're signing up for. When you work as an artist or culturalist, you don't necessarily, most of the time you think you're being very individual, right? Like you're going into your little process and doing your thing, but being a first responder is thrust upon you. And I think that's the same with organizations who truly represent art and culture. So for instance, we're approaching the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. Our organization at 4 years old was one of the organizations that was a frontline organization when Katrina happened. Nobody was going to the New Orleans Museum of Art or the Historic New Orleans Collection or the World War II Museum or the Museum of Southern Art and Confederacy and all of that. Nobody went to any of them to ask them for anything, right? Because they'd never given anything before, so why would we? But my organization and organizations like mine, people were at our door with needing things, right? And knowing that we would help to provide them. We provide affordable housing for artists, 35 of deeply affordable units. We have a health program where we have a 25-year difference in life expectancy between Black and white New Orleanians. Nobody else thought that was important to work on except for the arts community, right? And so we have created a program where we train and hire artists to be community health workers and have partnered with one of the only 4 hospitals in this entire country that's run by a Black woman. 4 in the whole country with all of the health inequity we have, right? We are building a community-owned hotel as an initiative, one, to invest in community to build wealth intergenerationally in our community, but also to claim our stake and fight the gentrification that's happening for our folks, right? So I think that more art and culture organizations, especially those rooted in community, should begin to think of themselves as community development organizations. One, as a part of their mission, but two, also as a part of their funding strategy. And in New Orleans, so you have two wonderful local foundations here, right, that are supporting not only your work here, but also my work. We don't have that in Louisiana. We don't have that in most places in the South to support the kind of work that we do. And so it's necessary for our survival that we build these relationships across the country where people who follow the shared North Star that we're all here for, that we're all rowing in that direction, right? And not in the direction of a lot of the political realities that we face. But while we are not going to get any support, we are on the front line of all of those issues around, rights for women, rights for all people. I don't want to go down the list because I'm gonna forget something, and then people gonna say, "Well, you didn't say my issue." All of our issues, right? That are in opposition to the kinds of corporate culture that our politics have taken on. So being a first responder in that sense is really an honor because I didn't decide, or we didn't decide that we were first responders. Our community decided that we were the first people that they trusted to go to. So similar issues with COVID, with them trying to build City Hall in one of our really the oldest Black neighborhood in America, the Tremaine neighborhood. So these kinds of things that happen to us over and over again in all of our places and spaces. And so our ability to learn from and commiserate and be inspired by one another, I think is I'm particularly grateful for it in this moment.
Let's actually just carry that thread out. You mentioned trust. And I think that as we're talking about power building, often what comes to mind, especially if you're a traditional organizer, is base building, right? You can't build a base of people to carry out a movement if they don't trust one another. And I think that when I think about the ways to build trust, I think a lot about storytelling. And I think a lot about that across generations and also across neighborhoods, across blocks, right? Talk a little bit about storytelling and the way that you've seen that play out in building trust, Jamie.
Our primary audience-based building strategy has always been collaboration. Identifying trusted partners in communities and working with them. Identifying trusted organizations like Mural Arts that are already in communities that people trust, and bringing into those spaces storytelling. And when you create a safe space for people to share their stories, I mean, we deeply excavate, to find out what is at the core of someone's lived experience. And that excavation ultimately ends with discovery. And we, in that way, discover what is important, what is pressing, what is concerning to the people that we talk with. And through our collaborations, through our work with the city, we're able to make connections for people. People that tell us that they are dealing with trauma. We literally call the department and say, can you help this person? This person that's dealing with suicide prevention, we will collaborate with our Mural Arts partners on the suicide prevention program and say, hey, this person needs help. And then we can collectively create messaging for the department, but help for the individual. The same thing working with Women's Way around home insecurity and financial empowerment for people. So it's really about making links to trusted members of communities and organizations, and then having a network in place to offer help in real time. And it is very, the things that get me excited when I wake up is to think about this person who called me and said, I'm homeless. And I was able to make a phone call to someone at the city of Philadelphia, and within 5 hours, they had placement. That's the power of network. And I never would have known this person had they not shared their story in a first person arts workshop. And I gave them my card. So we do have the power through collaboration and base building to not only offer high quality arts experiences for people, but to help them improve their lives. And it's quite satisfying.
Yeah, and you can move so quickly. I mean, through storytelling and through many other art making and arts creation processes, you can connect so easily from the individual to the pair to the collaborative, right? To the full group of people that make up our communities, which is a really hard thing to do when you're using kind of, more technocratic tools. And I want to talk a little bit about, that the collective, right? So Dave, I know that Asian Arts Initiative has done some really important work during COVID and now since around mutual aid. And I think we think a lot about dollars, right? Because they are necessary, we don't not want them, but we also have to think about what we all have in our, abundant reservoirs, our skills, our knowledge, our time, and how we can lend that to one another. So maybe talk a little bit about how that shows up through AI and also in the Chinatown community as a whole, as part of the culture.
So in fall of 2021, we put together an exhibition that we called the CARE exhibition, and it was an opportunity for us to highlight, I guess we are always an institution that supports artists of color, artists making brave work. And we noticed that a lot of our artist communities were rededicated to kind of like these mutual aid projects. I mean, I don't want to take us back into that scary time, but it's worth remembering, that so many gigs were cut off. That there just wasn't work in the arts community. I think some funders stepped up. There was a lot of funding and emergency funding to support artists in this time, but it was a scary time. It was, it was a time when we couldn't imagine ever being in a room like this ever again. So there's an existential threat to kind of what the arts were in this moment. So we noticed a lot of our artists shifting to mutual aid, or kind of working with their communities, shifting away from the arts, but we wanted to recognize that work as the work of arts organizers. This is a lateral move for the community that we work with. So we presented, we called out, in the strategy of also calling in some of our favorite examples across the city, we're able to direct some funding towards them as well. So we highlighted the People's Kitchen, that had popped up in West Philly. We had highlighted a television farm, a lending library for anybody who wanted to organize but maybe didn't have the PA system in order to have that rally. And then we also, shouted out free libraries as a way of distributing information. And I think we felt kind of able to, because we are communities of color, and communities of color has had to take care of each other. We felt kind of we had the authenticity and the responsibility to kind of highlight as an institution, lend some of that credibility towards this. It was re-emerging, right? And it was important to understand that this is something that our communities have had to do for generations. In Korean, I'm Korean, and one of the ways that we say hello, we'll ask, "Have you eaten yet?" Right? And we use it the way that Americans will ask each other, kind of like, "How are you doing?" You're not supposed to say anything other than "I'm good." Like it's more of a politeness than it is an actual invitation to like go eat. But it's left over from Korea right after the Korean War, when there was no food, when the community was really hurting. So when we asked each other, "Have you eaten?" it was really an invitation to say, "I haven't. Well, I have a little bit of food. I can share it with you." So this is common of all communities of color. And I think as much as I want to raise up how I guess the happy parts of mutual aid, the emergent strategy of people coming together and really caring and supporting for each other. But I think the flip side of that coin is that we need mutual aid because so often society catastrophically fails us. It drops its responsibility to feed people, to clothe people, to just think of us as human beings and kind of puts us through the ringer of capitalism instead. So mutual aid is a necessary emergent strategy. It's one that communities of color have had to do for generations and generations because of this continued failure that we have as a society to just be responsible for the well-being of everybody.
I wonder what it would look like if our arts and culture community practiced mutual aid more intentionally as well. I wonder what it would look like if PMA is getting called out a lot too today, but if PMA lent its space to smaller organizations that can't afford to rent a space to invite their community members in for a beautiful dinner or to exhibit their work or to have a performance. And there's so many other resources, I mean, down to, just experience, right? How many people leading organizations have the wisdom that they could be sharing with younger, new organizations, new leaders? I want to just encourage you to ask any questions you want to and text them up. We have a few minutes left and I'd love to hear from you. We do have one question that came in. So the question reads, the arena is one project, but another way that neighborhoods are erased is through gentrification. And I'll add to that, and sometimes art is used as an instrument in displacing people through gentrification. In the midst of the uprising against the arena, the city has become more expensive to live in for longtime residents. There's also been a lack of public discourse around this, aside from Abbott Elementary, they say. Why do you think this exists? Why do you think this disconnect exists?
And I'll say this as someone who, I was just sharing with the Viva, like I lived in Philly in 2014, and it was like already very, very different back then. So I moved back for this job a year ago, and I was trying to come back to Philly for the longest time because this is like one of the few, like bigger working class cities left on the East Coast. It's like DC, crazy rents, right? New York, it's like insane. And so it's like, okay, it's like there's Philly, there's Baltimore, there's like a couple places, but like we're losing that character of our cities. And I think it was like, it's like me coming back with those old eyes. I'm like, this is different, this is different. What was that? But I think there's a lot that's very unspoken. Like I think Philly is still a place where it's like, okay, whatever happens to our public schools, like you can't just pretend like you don't see it, right? Like there's still some of that collective nature here, but more and more of it is getting gentrified out, right? Folks are getting priced out. The schools are being like, they're in a crisis. SEPTA's in a death spiral is the headline. And I think there's something where it's like, it's really interesting because I think in Philadelphia, like folks talk about class more than they do in other cities, I'll say that. But in the US, we talk about class so much less than other countries. So like, there's this still huge unspoken thing where like corporate capture is at the heart of so many of our federal, state agencies. Even like the way that, our city council is thinking about this arena. They're just like, well, we can get some money out of it. Everything else on the balance, on the scale on the other side, it's like, but there's money. And you're like, well, what about the $500 million of taxes they're not paying? That's money too, but doesn't count the same. So I think that like a lot of that's missing from it, partly because like that's the way that like narrative and environment is shaping all of our consciousness. And then especially on top of that, I'll say like, the billionaire developers don't want us to think about billionaires versus people. They want us to think about shiny Market Street revitalized versus like dead, Five Below, Spirit Halloween, Council president said that today, and I was like, I like Five Below, okay. But it's like, there's like these dichotomies that are set up for people to buy into. So it's very much like when we talk about, okay, Chinatown's at risk, they're like, but don't you care about revitalization? And suddenly it's like, oh, well, it's people versus the reputation of the city or something, as if people don't make the reputation. Like, why do people come to Philly? They don't come to Philly because they're like, ooh, a shiny arena. This is what I want to live near. They're like, no, I want to live in a neighborhood. Like, I want to be in this city with 200 years of culture. So yeah, I think that's what is driving a lot of it.
Yeah. I also have a question here. Let's see. Do you have fear around continuing to advance your work within our current administration, both local and national? And I'll just, I do want to just add a little bit to this. I think that we forget that artist activists and artists and culture workers who are on the front lines of social change, who are coming forward with new ideas and oftentimes not asking permission to carry those out and just going ahead with what's needed, do face an enormous backlash. Threats to their physical safety, threats to their emotional and mental health. And I do want to ask, maybe talk about what's needed to support artists and culture workers and organizations who are doing this work. What can be done to support you?
For anyone?
Yeah, anybody who wants to answer.
Well, money. They need money because the people who are working against them have a lot of it. And you know, for me, it's not so much the administration, because we've been through unfriendly administrations before. It's the mood of the people. It's the energy that folks are carrying who agree with the administration, who propelled this administration forward. There is a new way of being outside. It's okay to be racist. It's okay to be rude. It's okay to be misogynist. It's okay to talk to people any old kind of way, right? And be uncivil. Like that's the new American culture. And so with that being said, like you have, you know, people who are working on issues whose homes are being set on fire, right? Who are getting death threat. I mean, you know, we hear about the death threats all the time, but, and that's one thing to hear, oh, they got 500 death threats, but read through 500 death threats, right? And see how that feels. And so there is a lot of fear because just the protection of human civility is gone. The protection of how we're expected to interact with one another in shared spaces is gone. And I don't know what can protect us from that except a new way of imagining and being that overtakes the current one. But if you want to help artists to be able to do that, they need a lot of money. They need safe spaces. They need to know that they're not abandoned and that people are not going to start obeying in advance, right, to the dictates of to the dictatorship. Authoritarian was the word I was looking for. It didn't want to come out of my mouth. But, you know, to all of these violent dictates, right? That people are not going to start bowing down in advance, that people are going to stand up. But when they stand up, we got to stand with them. We got to be there for them. We can't be like, oh, go stand up for us. And when stuff happens, like, ooh, right? Oh, too bad that happened. You know, so we have to stand with them, we have to stand for them, and oftentimes we have to stand in front of them to protect them from what we know is going to happen.
After 2 Tuesdays ago, I was utterly devastated. And I wasn't alone. Unclear as to the country I was living in. Suspicious of the people around me that said they believed what I believed. Because Gil Scott-Heron said, if everybody that said they were for peace, we would have peace. I've remained numb. And as a cultural, my voice is shaking as I say these words. I remain numb as I look towards 2026 and what we're supposed to do as cultural workers in a country as polarized as we are. Because I believe everybody wants liberty, equality, and justice. Everybody doesn't want liberty, equality, and justice for all. Okay? They want it for their tribe, their family, and we have a national amnesia that's happening because unless you are indigenous or have been human trafficked here by a multinational, immoral, unethical slave trade, you are the descendant of an immigrant. So I don't understand, but 4 or 5 generations in, you forget that. And I think that this amnesia has to somehow be reset, and maybe that's our work. I know love has to be part of it. I know we have to remain aspirational. I know we have to believe the for all. But I will tell you, I am numb, I am still raw, and I am still desperately searching for how to pivot and how to keep doing this work with the same level of passion. So help me if you can, and if you can't, call me.
We'll always call you, Jamie, for sure. I think one important thing, a woman who is a mentor of mine called on us to look for the cracks, right? There are always cracks, and cracks not just broken, right? But also cracks where you're seeing little sprouts growing out. Maybe the tiniest crack where you can't even believe that there's something that can push its way out and grow. But the most important thing is that we lean into those cracks and we water those small buds, and that we don't just do it from administration to administration or from grant cycle to grant cycle. This is the long arc. This conversation is about power building. Power is not built in a day. It's not built in a week. It's about relationships between people. We all have relationships. They are not built in a day either. So think about some of those 30-year relationships you have, the people you trust the most, and then overlay the kinds of investments, the dollars you would put into that, the time you would put, and the intention you would pay to that. That's what this work here on stage, this is decades. These human beings have been nurturing their practices and their love for this city for more than just one election cycle. So I want to just ask you for the last bit of this to just one ask maybe, or one wish or one thought of, we have like 5 or 6 different calls to what can we do? What can we do, right? How can we help? So I know that's a tough question, and money is just a no-brainer, right? No, maybe not, maybe not. Money, I'll say it again, money. You want to start, Jamie?
Oh. I think more than money, especially as we talk about 2026, if we could, as an arts and cultural sector, come together with a single plan, and I know Patty's working on that, a single plan, because where's Dr. Jackson? We need to be asking the NEA for $40 million for Philadelphia's 2026 celebration. But before we can do that, we've got to be a culture and a community together. So I would say, can we get together and say, this is what we will do, this is what Philadelphia will look like in 2026 in a way that is valuable for all, loving, and promotes our collective core truths, and then go get some money for it.
Thank you. Yeah. I was like, unrestricted grants with no reporting. No. But on top of that, money, yeah. Yeah, I think this big piece of like using privilege, using position, whether that's speaking up, but also like approaching the folks who are asking for help with humility. Because I think there's a lot of times, I think big institutions will be like, here, I gave you this thing. You wanted that. That's what you wanted. It's like, that's not, but you didn't hear what I was asking for. And this is actually very misaligned, and now it's extra thing, right? So it's like approaching this work with the humility, with an open ear, because like, that's the only way we're gonna really change this. Because I think no matter what, we're gonna see a lot of folks feeling like we gotta be in a million different directions, and new administration's doing all these things, and like, this is how we respond. But then what happens is the people who've been doing it the longest or the people who are the most impacted are like, okay, we're doing our thing and they're doing their thing over here and we're just not able to talk to each other. So it's like, this time around, how do we come together in a really cohesive way, in a way that like listens more and like builds off of that privilege?
I mean, I'll share a story about my education in community organizing, right? This was an earlier Chinatown community meeting that I was parachuting into, trying to. There was another hot button, as you might have heard. There have been a lot of hot button issues that have come through our community. But I was at this point, I was early. It was much earlier in my career. I was stepping in. I was trying to see what the action was, and somebody pointed me out and said, like, where are you from? Oh, you're from Asian Arts Initiative, are you? It's like, do you live in Chinatown? Oh, you don't, do you? Oh, do you speak Chinese? Oh, also no. Interesting, interesting. And then I got laid into, you know, and you know, I was the repository for a lot of things. And I'm here to tell you that I survived. I am still alive. And ultimately, I knew that my commitment to the neighborhood, even though I wasn't Chinese, but you know, standing up for the only community of color in Center City was going to be a long-term priority. And that ultimately, that's not the worst thing that can happen to you. The worst thing that you can encounter is you go into that type of meeting and you walk into an apathetic room. A room that doesn't, you know, that doesn't quite understand what's going to happen, that doesn't really care what's going to happen, that isn't going to fight for themselves. I guess so. My invitation is to find that passion. I also feel numb. I'm not sure how to move forward. I have some fear, but I also, you know, we've been through this before. But really, what we need to find is re-engage with after a moment to recollect. What we need to re-engage with is that passion. Find a room that makes you uncomfortable and start to learn. Don't, especially because of the wave that's coming right now, don't give any light or time of day to someone who will, you know, deny your truth, that won't see who you are. But I think we do need to expand our circles and find these rooms where we're not, maybe we won't be immediately welcome, but that you understand is going to be a passionate room, and that these are going to be the allies that you're going to be working with.
Ashe. Like David, I had a similar experience when I went into city government. I used to be the girl that got everybody like free tickets to Jazz Fest and Essence and get them in the VIP. Like I was good in my community, like, you know, like they know me. But baby, once I started working for the mayor, I became a different person, like looking at me sideways, side-eyed, all of those things. But let me tell you what I did inside of government. I learned so much about bureaucracy and all of the processes that actually guide our lives. I learned about what happens to people when they are inside of bureaucratic spaces. Like just by walking in the city hall, you forget your neighborhood. You forgot you from the 7th Ward or from the 9th Ward or whatever, because now you're an official, you know? And so I learned how to tap into the human part of people when they are in their official roles. I learned how to pick things up off of desks and walk them to the next desk instead of sitting there waiting for the person to email and all of that. I learned how to be aggravating and in people's faces so they don't want me back at their office. So the next time my stuff comes, they just go ahead and move it. I got a 20-year joint use agreement from the state, and they usually only do 5-year agreements because those people told me that I could not come back to Baton Rouge as long as they were working there, right? And so they're like, look, I want to be retired by the time this agreement is over. And so the thing that helps me, because I'm not numb, I'm buku mad. I'm angry, and I'm hoping to get to the, you know, the place of numbness just so I can calm down a little bit. Because I imagine that we're going back to sundown towns and eating green books and these kinds of things. And if you think that's exaggeration, you should look at the plans that these folks are making. And so what I would recommend for us is to get inside of government if we can, if you can bear it, right? No, seriously, only if you can, because it shouldn't, you know, it's a lot of, we used to call it soul sucking work. And so if you can't stand for your soul to be sucked on right now, you know, maybe wait a minute. But if you have some extra, you know, tenacity to give. I recommend for every artist and culturalist and big thinker and brave, bold solution maker to get inside of our government and break it on up and make all of the changes that we need to do. Walk that stuff from desk to desk. Don't let the all of this, whatever all of this is. I'm gonna write a poem about it eventually, but whatever all of this energy is, don't let it overtake us, the collective us. Because I really do believe that all means all, and it's hard sometimes to move in that way. But if you find that you can, and if you have colleagues and loved ones and coworkers who can, find those places inside of government that we can go and make the difference.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Extra round of applause for these amazing individuals. Thank you so much, guys.
Whew. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, Lordy. Yeah. Good job, Dave. Woo! I don't know about you, but it took everything in me not to jump up and say things and add and, get excited and riled up. So I just want to thank all of you for practicing some restraint as you were all probably getting all excited. Maybe I don't actually care how you feel. Can you guys just all make a really weird sound? Just let out, let out your tuna breath. Let's make another weird sound, just like the worst sound you can get out of your system. Uh-oh. Val, how are you feeling after hearing all that? Your soul's not getting sucked? Okay, that's saying a lot. I can't do it. There it is. Are we feeling like going into the last panel? Yeah? Okay, thank you. Thank you, that was leading. Last panel. I can't do it. There it is. All right. Y'all, I'm tired too. Our final panel of the day is creative and cultural pathways to healthier and greener communities. Unlock the transformative potential of arts and culture in creating healthier, greener communities. The Creative and Cultural Pathways panel will investigate how arts and culture interventions are powerful agents of creative change. And from groundbreaking initiatives of the Culture RX program to healing spaces at Bartram's Garden and the empowering storefronts of Mural Arts Porch Light program. This panel will showcase how arts and culture initiatives are not just uplifting, they're essential tools for creating healthier places for Philadelphians. Okay, we're almost there. I got some people rumbling, walk around. I think at this point, you don't need to stay seated, right? Like everybody can get up and sort of move your bodies around. Our speakers include Maitreyi Roy, Executive Director of Bartram's Garden, Nadia Malik, Director of the Porchlight Programs at Mural Arts, Susan Slauson, our Commissioner at Philadelphia's Parks and Rec, Clyde Valentine, Co-Artistic Director of One Nation, One Project, and Arts for Everyone. And the conversation will be moderated by Matt Rader, President of the Pennsylvania Horticultural Society. Oh, is that yours? Yeah. Oh, okay.
All right, are we to get started? We're awesome. Okay, great.
Thank you, panel, for joining us today. This is the last panel of the day, so we got to keep the energy high, or else people will literally fall asleep. They're already checking their email, but we need to make them look up. So we really are lucky to have this crew of people here to talk with us. So just working from that side of the stage to this side, we have Maitre Roy, who leads Bartram's Garden, and amazing. We have Nadia Malik from the Porchlight Program at Mural Arts Philadelphia. Nadia. We have Susan Slauson, the inimitable Commissioner of Parks and Recreation for the City of Philadelphia. And we have Clyde Valentine joining us from One Nation, One Project and Arts for Everyone, all the way from Texas. Welcome. So our job today is really twofold, I think. Patty, I'm going to add a purpose. So the first is to bust open a little bit what we mean by arts and culture. So we say arts and culture, but we often mean art. And in this panel, you have a wide array of disciplines that actually aren't often immediately top of mind for arts and culture. We've got the Parks and Recreation Commissioner, we've got the leader of a historic site in Botanic Garden, we've got somebody who works primarily in behavioral health services. These are not things that are often thought of as core arts disciplines, and yet we believe that they are. And I lead a horticultural society. And we're also going to talk about how we apply this tool, arts and culture, to create healthy, thriving communities. The last panel touched on this, and I think my hope here is we leave with generative, forward-looking, kind of big vision and big inspiration about what is possible if you take the power and the tools of arts and culture and put them to work for the objective of community health. And we're going to kick it off with a really short round, 2 minutes per person, with 2 slides. And you're going to talk to us about 2 things. This is all 2s. The first question is, what is your program doing today to make Philadelphia a healthier, more thriving community? And the second is about forward look. What is the next thing you want to do to increase your impact and what you need to make it happen? And I think I'm first up, and then we'll just look for the slides. Okay, so can somebody time 2 minutes? Who's our timekeeper? Okay, maybe 1 minute and 1 minute. So what is our program doing today to make Philadelphia a healthier, more thriving community? This is an image in one of the 180 community gardens that PHS supports citywide. And to me, this is the essence of what we do. This is applying horticulture, the very human act of growing plants, as a tool to bring people together and work together to create a healthier city. We do it through the Philadelphia Flower Show, by far our largest single cultural event as a city. And we do it in 180 community gardens, and we do it in tens of thousands of home gardens of PHS members. This is the essence of what we do. Next slide. So what's next? Well, the number one what's next is something Sue and I are working on together, which is planting a lot more trees and taking a lot better care of the ones we have and the ones we plant. And we're leading the Philly Tree Coalition along with Parks and Rec to try to fully fund and implement the Philly Tree Plan. And its goal is to make urban forest an asset that we are proud of as a city, that we take care of as a city, and that benefits all of us. And so that's my role modeling of what to do. Next up is Maitre.
Oh, sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Put it like,
hello? Oh. So I'm have been honored and really, extraordinary privilege to be at Bartram's Garden for the last 14 years, and think of it in its in all of its beauty of the stretch of the river it's on, and the community it's in, as a source for fun, laughter, sort of finding yourself, finding one another in your community. And that work of really opening up the garden and making it be a community space, the family room of King Sessing, sort of the classroom, if you will, the outdoor classroom for about 30-some schools in the community. The work of doing that the threads have all been around celebrating cultures through music, through art, through performance, and so on. And so our work over the last few years, and you might have seen some of the image of Float Lab is up there. Soon we'll have this extraordinary floating classroom on the Schuylkill River. Soon we'll have a mussel hatchery and an education center. The idea is to turn these 50 acres into a space and an anchor so that people in Kingsessing that are looking for a chance to connect with nature, to the science and art of nature, have a chance to do it without having to leave their neighborhood. The tidal Schuylkill is one of the most beautiful stretches of our river. That we have two gorgeous rivers in our city, and the Schuylkill is the least explored of one of them. And so the idea is to get out on the water, find sort of the joy of being on a paddle boat, and then also become curious about what this river's health is, how much can you be there, and so on. So these are, I wanted to just share some images of the kinds of things that we're doing that are making the space become much more active and popular in the community. And the threads of all of it is through food, music, and celebration of different cultures.
Thank you, Maitre. Awesome. Who's up next? Oh, wow, we're in order. That's amazing.
Hi, all. Mic's working. So Nadia, I'm with the Mural Arts. So Mural Arts 40th anniversary this year. You'll see our murals all over the city, but several departments at Mural Arts, and so I oversee the Porch Light department. So we're a 17-year relationship with the city's Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Services. As Jamie also mentioned, First Person also works really well with them. Our focus is on providing a pathway to mental and behavioral health through art making. So the idea was really to find a different way to attract people into clinical care. We'll talk about this a little bit later, but the commissioner at DBH at the time really saw the mistrust the community had in the clinical services, wanted to find a different way for us to be out in the community and use art as a way to bring people in. So we work in a lot of different ways. We have 3 storefronts in the city. Those are, again, we're embedded long-term in a community, provide daily art making and mental health activities. We're in the Kensington neighborhood. We're in Northeast Philly and Southeast Philly, working with refugee and immigrant communities. We also provide services inside behavioral health sites. So taking their clinical work, we just provide an artist that supplements their clinical work. And then, again, to destigmatize what's happening in those behavioral health sites. And then we run a same-day work program called Color Me Back. And so PHS has a same-day work program. We hire on a daily basis up to 30 people. We pay them $50 in cash every day. We work with them in art making and then use that as a way to break down barriers for employment. As we look forward to the future, I think my biggest learning from community work is really just how much time it takes. And so would love to keep growing, but building trust, especially in a community like Kensington, and other panelists have said this, just takes a lot of time, a lot of human capital, a lot of emotional work. And so, just growing as much as we can and also providing money back to those communities. That's our big effort, I think, is as much money as we can put back into those communities to continue that cycle of trust, but also the great ideas that come from those communities.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Wow, we're still in order. Sue.
Yes, good afternoon. And I'm actually really excited to be here. Parks and Recreation has been the home for arts and culture since 1967. And when we merged in 2010, Recreation, 1950s, we brought a different type of arts and culture and joined them together. What we're doing, one, as Matt mentioned, we're responsible for 10,000 plus acres of land, open space that we found out during COVID is essential for every human being. Because if nothing else, we have the outdoors. And so one of the things that we're doing is we're trying to, there are communities that don't realize how important the outdoors are. The whole tree canopy, the pictures show just a whole host of, we have the thinker there. If you think about when the city was, the Ben Franklin Parkway was built, you think about a whole host of facilities where we can now introduce our young people to cultures that many of them are not familiar with. I had to write a list because if I didn't, I would forget. The Rodin, where the thinker sits, the Academy of Natural Sciences of Drexel University, the Franklin Institute, the main branch of the Free Library, the Barnes, the Calder, which I had an opportunity to go visit a couple of months ago, and it's going to be a great addition to the Parkway. But these are cultural opportunities that we now will be able to expose a group of young people to in different zip codes that would not normally be exposed. And so one of the things, of course, people know recreation, parks and recreation, athletics. We have a host of programs that we offer: visual arts, we have music, arts. We just connected with a group called Mad Beats. Our young people are interested in music. There are two teachers that came together and they go throughout the city. We have them right now at 10 of our facilities, and they're teaching young people how to get back into drums, how to do math, just using the drums. And these are opportunities that young people are interested in. So what we're trying to do is find out, what can we provide through our facilities, through our open space, through the programs, and we offer a host of programs. We have a performing arts programs that most people don't realize that we have. We have another venue besides the Man and the Dell arts programs, Venice Island. It seats 250 people. We have an after-school program there, and we also have performing arts there throughout the year. And so we also need to get community and people that live in the city even more familiar, because what we tend to do is gravitate to what's important to us. Parks and Recreation has a lot more than what you are probably familiar with.
100%. Awesome. Clyde.
So this is a map of our national project, which is actually Arts for Everybody, not Arts for Everyone. So if you want to check out our website, make sure you go to Arts for Everybody, just the way it's spelled, nothing cute, artsforeverybody.org. So we worked with 18 cities and towns around the central question of how can arts participation transform community wellness and individual well-being. So what we have is 18 distinct examples based upon geography and culture all across this country of folks working together towards a culminating moment, which for us was July 27, 2024. This project was inspired by the Federal Theater Project, which was one of the WPA projects that came distinctly out of the Great Depression in 1937. And in that instance, it was one play premiered on the same day and iterated in a variety of ways. We did not start with singular source material. Instead, our prompt was, no place like home. What does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? So that was our prompt. And we arrived at this moment after 18 to 24 months building trust, not only with ourselves, to local communities, but with local leaders in those local communities, because our job was to leverage the national in support of the hyper-local. And I would say that, you know, why I'm here is to uplift and acknowledge that some of the things that we heard about on this particular panel and in previous ones are happening all across the country. Maida McNeil, who works with the Office of Arts and Culture in Chicago, piloted a community health worker training program for individual artists. That started with 10 artists. They're expanding that to 50 at this point, and they're embedding them inside the behavioral health clinics. We know that arts participation, walking through the park, being surrounded by nature, changes you physiologically. You mentioned the producing program or the making program. There's a Kansas City organization that is teaching songwriting for young people and are tracking their brains before and after their 8-week curriculum to produce more science data to show the change in this work. And finally, as a citizen and resident in Dallas, I served on our steering committee to build our cultural plan and to just point to something that Dr. Jackson said about policy needing to be practiced. I would say that what comes first is the plan. The plan then needs to become policy, and then that policy needs to be practiced and accounted for. And we have distinct examples coming out of our plan, which was concluded in 2018, that are still being enacted to this day in the city of Dallas.
And I'm going to come back and ask. a lot more about the cultural plan. All right, we're going to do a round of each person, different questions, about 2 minutes. So, Maitre, I first went to Bartram's Garden probably 24 years ago, and it was a different place. And you really transformed what was a pretty normal historic site and pretty quiet neighborhood park into a thriving community center and anchor institution for Southwest Philly. What do you think was the spark or the most important change that enabled this transformation?
I think that there are a number of things that sort of came to be when I started working at Bartram's. One is that the city, which is actually the city's Parks and Rec department, which is actually the leaseholder of the property, and our partnership actually goes back to 1893, was thinking about how the Schuylkill River Trail was going to make its way to Bartram's Garden. So that was sort of in the mix at that time. The city had come together with some private partners, the William Penn Foundation, Pew, and a few other foundations, to think through how that planning would happen and how it will eventually connect to Center City. So when I started at Bartram's, it felt like it was this tiny, beautiful space, and I'd be there on a Saturday morning and the parking lot would be empty, and I'd say to myself, there's something wrong here. There's this, every other park in the city is filled. Why isn't this one? And when I went to the housing complex, which is right next to the garden, to introduce myself, they said to me, that's not a public space, that's a private space. And to me, that was my first red flag. And then after that, it was also very few people had done anything collectively there. So it was another thought that occurred to me, was that the local schools would often come for short field trips, but they weren't routine visitors to the space. It was more of a house and garden museum. And so the organizational change that we had to make was also really critical part of making and leveraging the city's plan to sort of connect to the trail. I thought of that space in terms of its sort of emptiness, and I thought, if the trail comes through and it becomes only a stop on the regional sort of trail circuit and not something for our local community, that would be a terrible waste. It would be a terrible sort of disconnect for a neighborhood that has very little open space, very little green space, and pretty much a non-existent tree cover, which I'm excited we're going to do more about. And so that was sort of the start of it. There were two things that sort of came together. One is the city's intent, and then our own organizational sort of change, that we had to think of ourselves more as a civic common steward rather than a house and garden museum steward. So that was sort of the start. We're still on that journey. There are many things more we need to do, but that was sort of the spark that I think moved us in this direction.
Thank you, Maitre. All right, Nadja. Porchlight brings together non-traditional partners, the Department of Behavioral Health and Mural Arts program. Where did this idea come from? What's the origin story of Porchlight?
Yeah, so if you've been in the room all day, you've heard our executive director, Jane, leaves no stone unturned, right? We specialize at Mural Arts, at partnering with everybody. We partner with everybody here except for Clyde, but we'll get to you after today, so don't worry.
I'm sorry, what was that?
As you say, we partner with everyone, so
Between
that's
Jane and I, we got to get.
But at the time, so this is before I was a director of Porchlight, the DBH commissioner, Dr. Evans. It was really about mental health is stigmatized. It's changed over the years, but still now people. The idea of finding a therapist, the idea of admitting that they have mental health concerns, it's there. And then especially in a community like Philadelphia, there's just a lot of blocks to mental health care. Everyone is supposed to receive equal mental health care, but getting to that pathway is difficult. I mean, I worked at an outpatient center that worked with people who did not have insurance, and the wait list was, 6 months. And if you have a kid who's going through something and that you call someone and they say, hey, you got to wait 6 months for your kid that's really going through something right now, that's discouraging, right? It's not something that you're going to want to wait for. And so it really was, let's find a different way to get people into care. There's a big movement, not just in Philadelphia, but just in general of, we talked a lot about mutual aid, but mutual aid and mental health. And so it's a lot of communities providing that care for each other, for trauma, for mental health. But the idea was that Dr. Evans approached Jane. He was a big thinker and really was talking about, hey, how do we break down some of these barriers, right? How do we build this trust in communities? How do we make a space that someone can go to just in their neighborhood that's not about going into Center City for a clinical setting? We were also based on a study done by the Yale School of Medicine, and that's also, art and mental health. I think we all intrinsically know that the connection is there, but there's not, unfortunately, still not a ton of data in that arena. So I think being built on data was huge, right? That we actually studied the effects that Porch Light had in communities. And what we found was, there's the individual transformation. We all see that with art making, but there's also the collective efficacy that comes in a neighborhood of working on a mural together, having a mural in your neighborhood, just building that together, really just proved to us that, yeah, art making is a thing. And I'll just say too, as adults, we're not encouraged to be creative, right? As kids, we're given coloring books and pencils, and unless you're in this field, you're just not encouraged to be creative. And I think what we forget is that creativity for the sake of producing something is amazing, but that creativity to get to a point of expressing yourself, right? And that's the other thing about art and mental health is that even if people are looking for mental health care, often when you're deeply traumatized, it's not something that you can talk about. It's not something that verbal therapy can help you with in the initial moments or as you're going through the trauma. But art making, you can express those emotions, right? And people, I think, understand that. They come into our spaces and they know they can express something, but then they don't have that expectation that they have to talk about the thing that they're going through. It still gives them an outlet for that.
Thank you so much. So, Sue, as we said a minute ago, I bet a lot of people in this room don't really think of Parks and Rec as a cultural organization, but it surely is in lots and lots of ways. How do you think about Parks and Rec's role in the larger arts and culture community in Philadelphia? And also the inverse, how does arts and culture shape Parks and Rec?
If I could just talk about how we are also partnering with this issue of mental health and trauma, because we are in 100 facilities throughout the city of Philadelphia. We are now offering through 2 organizations that we work with trauma-informed care, because the young people that we're talking about and the parents that are dealing with the gunshots, with the domestic abuse, those are the people that we're serving in our facilities. And what we've decided, and the mayor has given additional funding for this particular year for us to meet some of those untraditional needs in our facilities, to make sure that we are providing not only trauma-informed care, but conflict resolution. And so they're coming to our sites, they're having their arts program, they're having their music programs, they're having their dance programs, but they also have an outlet where they have professionals. These are not our rec leaders that are hosting these classes. These are social workers that are coming in specifically to deal with young people that will not, or parents that don't have the health care, or parents that have not gotten to a place where they're comfortable going to see a therapist. We're meeting them where they are, right where they play, right where they have fun, where they're doing art. And that was not your question, but I just wanted to, because when you, again, when people think of Parks and Recreation, we do a host of, we have, Jane, hundreds of murals, and our young people are working with the muralists to make sure that this is what fits our community. This is what they're looking for, but they're also learning how to paint. They're learning how the color codes. We do that in our facilities. I'm not sure we had a mural up there. 2 years ago, we lost one of our rec leaders, Tiffany Fletcher. It was a tragedy. She was shot at our facility. Within a matter of no time, Mural Arts met with the community, and this is what we're doing. They meet with the community, they met with the community, and they came up with a design, but they didn't come up with a design on their own. This was based on what the community wanted to see. And that community, within a matter of 2 years, because the council member also made sure she put a new facility, she did some amazing work there, but that mural outside of that facility has transformed the community. And so there are things that we do that change through art, through programming, through the facilities I mentioned on the Parkway, through our venues where we have our music venues. We are providing our sculptures on the Parkway. We provide every type of art that you can think of within Parks and Recreation. And I believe the more we partner, I think one of the things that we will continue to do that will allow us to grow even more is to partner with different organizations to get our message out and to also bring people in to know all the things that we offer within Parks and Recreation.
Thank you so much. Clyde, you're our out-of-town guest. Sometimes we don't like out-of-town views in Philadelphia, but today we do, and we're excited that they're here. So you work all over the country. You come from a city with a cultural plan, which we are not. What are one or two things that you would most encourage us to be aware of out there in the world that we should consider as we imagine the future?
First, would it make a difference if I told y'all I was also a Knicks fan? It's an arts crowd. You didn't get the sports joke. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry for your team's record right now. In terms of the insights, there's a couple of things I just want to share, which there's a tremendous resonance on the stage. First and foremost, our director of arts and culture, Martine Philippe, our Office of Arts and Culture is embedded in Parks and Rec through sort of city structure, infrastructure, is very much interested in piloting a social prescribing program. Just with a show of hands, are people familiar with the concept of social prescribing in the audience? So only a handful of you. And I think part of the thing that we learned, and this is the privilege and the benefit that we have having worked, again, with 18 distinct communities across the country, is that they all adopted models that were reflective and true to them based upon the kinds of collaborations that they were after. And I mentioned Dallas because Martine is looking at the Parks and Rec centers across the city to implement and connect access to arts programs that would be underwritten by private health insurance as a means of social prescribing. So there's a new finance partner. The city could lead some of that work through its infrastructure capacities, but then there'd be it's essentially a public-private partnership, and it's a way to address what we did. One of the things we did with our cultural plan was we asset mapped. So we looked across, Dallas is a very sprawling city, right? Very suburban, a lot less dense than Philadelphia, which I think is a downside, right? In terms of the aggravation of segregation and where there's a concentration or divestment in resources, particularly acute. You are not absolved of that particular history, though, because of your density. And what we learned is that a handful of cultural assets, think about those as green spaces, small arts organizations, galleries, libraries, sort of exist at the core of the city. The majority of people in Dallas live outside of that core, right? And I know we had a conversation earlier about the importance of core, right? So this is a both and, this is in the spirit of abundance, but how do you get work out to those particular parts of the city that lack access? You bring the work to them. And part of the answer is through Parks and Rec, through the recreation centers, which you alluded to beautifully and tragically, are trusted institutions, often full of trusted people. And I know we also spoke about the importance of trust, right? The other thing that I want to sort of underscore as you embark upon the plan, and what sort of struck me, and this has to do also with like what we learned working with leaders across each of these communities, many of them rural, many of them urban or suburban, and to build trust is like, are you ready to do the hard work of listening and sitting in discomfort? Because you're not gonna like everything you hear. So the kinds of outreach work, one of the things we did design-wise early on was that we were able to provide resources, a national partner, to fund what we called community map makers. The very residents in each place would then give you the wayfinding needed to develop some of the answers you were after. We were not facilitating those meetings. We did not dictate what the budget needed to be for those things. We simply said, we believe those resources can account for the mobility issues that your community might be facing, the labor issues, to your point about $50 whenever somebody shows up. It sounds easy, but it takes work to produce the cash in hand, to put it in hand, right? Mural arts does that heavy lifting. So we attempted to create that opportunity for local leaders to do that heavy lifting directly with residents in each of those places to create the kind of wayfinding that we were after with our creative prompt, you know, as an example. And I think that could find its way into your cultural plan as well somehow.
Fantastic. All right, so this question is open to anybody. We can take a couple answers. One of the things we know we want to do more of in Philadelphia is have more people participate in arts and culture and a greater diversity of people in every arts and cultural experience. And that really takes figuring out how to welcome, how to reach, how to engage people that haven't yet found you. So I wonder if some of you could speak about stories of welcome really working, finding audiences, talent, perspectives that came into your work and how that happened.
I could speak about our work in Kensington. So we've been in Kensington for 7 years as Mural Arts, probably longer, but kind of in a very specific way, embedded in the neighborhood for 7 years. And Tayyib mentioned this to start off with, and Dave continued this through line of like, we have had very, very difficult conversations in Kensington, and people will say stuff to you, right? People will say, this is what we don't want from you, and it is a humbling experience to have to hear that and take it in and process it. But if, like Dave said, I'd rather have that than someone being apathetic, right? And walking into a space and they just don't care anymore. The folks in Kensington are very passionate about their community. And so, you know, there's this sense of, yeah, they wanted us in the neighborhood, but we had to do the work of literally meeting people where they are. So having the relationships with Parks and Rec, right? Like you were saying, welcoming people in, but also showing that you're willing to be in their spaces and come to where they are physically and emotionally, whatever you want to talk about. But that meeting people where they are makes a huge difference because you're willing to be in it with them and you're willing to partner with the people, like you're saying, that you already trust, right? The people that they already see as trust keepers in the neighborhood, you're willing to hear from them and say, hey, I'm going to take a step back. But the willing to take a step back and really, really prove that you're willing to listen, right? I think it's easy to say that we're here to listen, and then the proof of that is the long term, we have to be here and actually follow through on that. And that is every day, right? You have to prove that every single day. And that, it takes a lot of work, but I think it's also, once you get there, it's incredibly fruitful because then the folks will speak up for you as well, right? That proof is getting spread out in the community that you're actually doing it for them. But I think it is both, right? We discovered in Kensington, it was come to us and tell us, but we also are gonna come to you and we are going to prove to you that we're gonna be here in it with you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else want to take that one on?
I'll quickly add that in our initial years when we were trying to reach out into the community, we started with programming for the community with the idea that we sort of could come up with ideas that would be helpful. And then one day there was an artist from the neighborhood who said, "You've got such gorgeous space here, beautiful landscape. I wish I could do a performance here." And there was sort of a collective light bulb that went off in our heads, and we said, what if we open up our space for reservations through a community portal? So on the website, it's sort of hidden, but most people in the neighborhood know where it is. And if you say you're from the neighborhood and you want to try out a performance or an exhibit in the barn or sort of a food event or something, or if you're an artist that makes stuff and you want to sell it at our welcome center, you can ask for those things through our portal, and we then become your sort of back of house. We provide you with your sound system, your tables, your sort of setting in the meadow, and it's been extraordinary to just kind of uncover this amazing amount of talent in 19143. So we're hoping to continue that work, and now we're trying to incentivize it with small, like, yes funds, we call them, which is like few $100s to kind of support the whatever is being generated. And especially with a number of our young high school students. We have about 80 of them at the garden who are year-round doing different projects, and incentivizing them to do something creative has been an extraordinary sort of rich learning experience for us.
Thank you, Maitreyi. Commissioner?
This is one of those, did you know? We have 6 older adult facilities, and our seniors every year go to the Horticultural Center for 2 to 3 days. And what they do for those 2 to 3 days is they draw, they create, they sculpt, they spend time with each other. They're in the beautiful facility where you have the plants, the trees, they can go outside. This is another one of those hidden gems that we have where we're meeting also a generation that sometimes we forget. We forget our seniors. We provide transportation to ensure that they get to the Hort Center so they can be with their friends, so that they can create, use their minds. You said we get older, we kind of tend to forget. But once you get a certain age, you want that connection outside of your home, and we provide that to our seniors, and we provide that ability to create. We provide the tools, and we also have opportunities for their art to be judged. So we're giving them value as well as the space, the time, the community that's important, because along with the cultural, the arts piece, we need to make sure we're providing community.
Thank you, Clyde.
I think this was alluded to earlier via the Commerce Director. That may have been the first panel. One of our partners was the City of Gainesville, and they were really interested in addressing what had been coming out of the pandemic, a rise in gun violence across their youth communities in particular. Having listened to a handful of youth leaders, they also realized, oh, gun violence is not an absence of behavioral and mental health resources and the ability to like express an outlet, you know, where you might be in terms of feelings. They also were able to allocate over $600,000 of their ARPA money towards this project locally, but they were hamstrung by their procurement process to be able to distribute those resources flexibly. So as a national partner, we had some resources that were allocated towards Gainesville, and they asked us to be the distributor and provide very small sort of micro grants, $2,500 to $4,000, to these tiny nonprofit organizations and individuals who are doing the work in the community. Everything really went through the City of Gainesville, so they were the ones nurturing the relationships. We were just a distributor of the resources. But what that did for the first time in that city was create a direct relationship between people who are doing the work in community with leaders of the city. So it also broke a barrier that had existed, you know? So I think that was a step that they took certainly towards building trust, but also building towards the project. And now they realize they need to make some changes in terms of their own policies.
So when we produce a cultural plan, if I make no other impact on this city, it's gonna be that this plan articulates a vision for how arts and culture grows and grows its impact. No save the arts, no meet the status quo, no scarcity mindset. Really a vision for how we take the full range of arts and culture assets and grow our impact. So my question to this group is, what obstacle needs to be removed for you to grow your impact? Is it mindsets? Is it money? Is it audiences? Like what is it?
I'm going to say more collaboration. The more collaboration that we have, the better we are together. If we continue to collaborate, we expand, we grow, we learn from each other. We're in the entire city, right? Parks and Recreation, we're in every neighborhood, but we don't do our best work without partners. So I'm going to say collaboration is key.
I would say, along with piggyback on what you said, Commissioner, I think Parks and Recreation is across the city. It's probably the most accessible form of recreation and art for most of our families across the city. This is one of the biggest things I think we should all advocate for, is to double the Parks and Rec budget. It's one of the most underfunded departments if you look across the nation. The amount of stuff that comes out of our Parks and Rec system in terms of access to active and passive recreation is extraordinary. But if you compare budgets, it's one of the lowest budgets across the city. One of the things we can all do is, comes budget season time, really actively speak out about the importance of these rec centers in our communities.
I definitely agree with the collaboration and the mindset. And I think also just having a seat at the table. I think the creative economy is, or the creativity part of things is always kind of like, oh yeah, and then we can add this on. Whereas people have been saying, right, if you go to creative people, you're gonna get creative solutions. And art making is the thing that will shift policy, right? It is the thing that will change people's mindset. But we're often kind of, yeah, on the okay, yeah, now we have this thing, let's figure out how we can move art into that. Whereas we are the ones who are coming up with innovative programs. Like every single person that's spoken on the stage has talked about the amazing programs that they're doing, and they had the guts to do them because they're like, I'm an artist, I'm always doing things that are, no one else is thinking about, so let me just do it and figure it out. And I think that isn't taken into consideration enough on a city level.
Clyde, just before you go, we're going to switch to audience questions next. So if you have any, use the link or the text.
So yes to collaboration and yes to paradigm shift. I want to double down on the notion of paradigm shift, and that is to ask, what if as arts organizations, we thought of ourselves as community health centers as well? What if community health centers thought of themselves more as arts organizations? And then we entered collaboration through understanding mutual language that overlaps to our collaborative work, and we staff that appropriately from either the community health center side, hiring curators and artists, or as is the case at the New Jersey Performing Arts Center, hiring public health experts to help spearhead the arts and health work. And we went about collaborating in that sort of fundamentally different point of frame.
Awesome. All right, questions from the audience. So how do climate issues, particularly environmental justice, show up in your work?
In huge ways. This last few months, we've not had rain, and the drought conditions have been pretty dramatic. The effect on the garden has been pretty dramatic. We're actually in the middle of putting together a climate plan for the garden because we're finding that even our zone has changed. For those of you that might be gardeners, the entire plant palette that is more comfortable now in Philadelphia and is taking over is of a more, sort of tropical nature. And that's a problem. It's like really challenging for us to keep up with the garden's historic landscape, and you can't fight climate change with hoses, we've discovered this year. So we have to make plan for drought conditions in terms of sort of really putting in irrigation and so on. So these are really big issues. And then as a garden, it's one thing, but in our neighborhood, there's so much of a heat island effect. So one of the partnerships we have now is with Tree Philly and PHS to start planting trees with our youth crew in the community, so that there's a more of a direct sort of benefit in within the neighborhood. So these kinds of things, the Southwest community has really sort of, I'm going to say, been dumped on in terms of the years of sort of, exposure to the refinery that was there, years of sort of exposure to other industry and so on. So I think we are really looking at what we need to do as a garden in terms of supporting local neighborhood sort of climate change related actions. So we're trying to pull together a partnership that would help advance some things, especially for long-term homeowners and for long-term residents who are really feeling the heat, if you will.
And I would chip in for our work. PHS's purpose is using horticulture to advance health and well-being and through the social determinants of health. And one of those is making sure everybody has a high-quality environment in which to live. And so we've been steering our work and raising a lot of money to focus our work in the places with the greatest environmental justice challenges, and that's tree planting, that's vacant land, cleaning and greening in neighborhoods facing violence, that's supporting neighborhood initiative in places like Southwest and Nicetown and Tioga in North Philadelphia and Norristown to try to use these tools in the places where the impact is most needed. Anyone else want to comment on this? Sue?
Yeah, I want to, again, we have a urban ag unit within our department, and the urban ag culture, they are working with community members, they manage gardens, they ensure that they are giving back to families that don't have food, and people can come to them and get food. And with this drought that we've had, it's affecting the work that we're doing and ensuring that families that can come to us and get food and we can help replenish, it's making a huge difference in the lives of people that we've been able to serve and people that are actually doing the work. They're struggling just doing the work because it's been so dry and actually producing food.
Awesome. So there's one question for Clyde. Before I do that panel, we're going to finish after this one, but I want to do a real lightning round, and each of you tell me a place that somebody here should go to see the essence of arts and culture supporting a thriving Philadelphia. It can be a specific place, it can be an intersection, it can be an address, but I need a place. All right? So Clyde, question for you, which is, how did you create the connection with private funding to support social prescribing?
I'm going to cheat and answer the question about place too also. And just to say, it's not in Philly. It's not in Philly, but if you want to go see a place that embodies cross-sector collaboration and everything we just touched upon on the stage, the Inner City Muslim Action Network in the south side of Chicago, specifically in the Inglewood section of the south side of Chicago, is a federally qualified community health center, an art studio, a community development corporation, a green market that provides healthy food, alongside a green plaza that they just built called Go Green Plaza. So it's all those things in one thing. So if you got to go check something out, check Inner City Muslim Action Network. In terms of
used
my
to work with
question
them.
around the funding, I would say that, you know, we approached our funders with a big, bold idea, and that was, as artists, we wanted to instigate unprecedented cross-sector collaboration at scale and build in and design a robust research and evaluation component so that we could have more to offer the field at the conclusion of our project, right? We also wanted to be able to tell the story of these things effectively. So since the conclusion of the project, we've produced a field guide specifically for municipal leadership that's available on our website alongside the National League of Cities, which is our partner. We're producing a field guide for public health leaders being developed by our impact advisors in that space. Last week, I was at the New York Federal Reserve where they had this whole panel, this whole discussion around making missing markets and really looking to identify where the CDFI funds and CRA-related bank funds can become applicable to the innovative sorts of solutions that are going to be emerging from your cultural plan, as an example. So this idea of new sources of funding. So the case we made was a big, broad, audacious vision. It was along that route we learned about social prescribing and how it's showing up in places like the UK and Canada, where they have more robust public health systems. In the United States, it's an interesting patchwork between private sector insurers and the public, with Medicaid, Medicare, and then state agencies.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, places. Sue?
Centennial District, West Fairmont Park. You get the Horticultural Center, you get the Japanese House, you get the Mann Music Center, you get Memorial Hall, you get the zoo, and you get a community that borders that. You get a little bit of everything right there.
Awesome. Thank you. Nadia?
It's a hard question, but I would say the block we work on at Kensington and Allegheny, Esperanza Health Center is at that corner. We just did a mural with them. Across the street from us is Hispanic Community Counseling Services, offering mental health services, also has a mural there. Our space next to us is Sunday Love Project that gives out food distribution, also has amazing artwork on their walls. Next to our space is, on the other side, is Raw Tools that works in gun violence, and it takes decommissioned guns and turns that into beautiful art making. And then down just a couple doors down is the Kensington Corridor Trust that owns a community garden, has a mural, has an art installation that we just did with Roberto Lugo, amazing art installation and a mural. But just this one little block has, 7 or 8 social service agencies, locally owned businesses, amazing people doing amazing work, and a ton of art.
Totally amazing. Thank you. Maitre?
Well, you won't be surprised if I say come to Bartram's Garden. Come on a day when there's paddling going on, so you get out on the water. You can borrow one of our bikes and check out the new trail. You can check out the farm stand and taste the wonderful golden tomatoes that we have, and just walk around. Just walking around will give you a sense of sort of calm and peace in these turbulent times. So come to the garden.
Thank you, panel. Thank you, audience. Have a great afternoon.
We're closing in on the day, and I'm just so proud of us for being here in community together. And quick shout out to Terry, the visual note taker. Yeah. Graphic note taker. I want to call it the right thing. Graphic recording. Ooh, I like that. Well, and thank you to the last panel. We started the day with art, so we're going to close the day with art. And I'm so excited to introduce our final artist and guest, whose full legal name I'm saying for the first time, actually, Nina Elizabeth Lirespect Ball. Better known to me as just Lirespect and Nina, who we know from the African American Museum and these days as the deputy director at the Painted Bride. And Nina is going to grace us with some poetry. Nina has over 25 years of experience as a cultural curator, educator, writer, producer, and outspoken advocate for all marginalized communities. Say it out loud. Nina, I'm going to invite you up.
All right, are y'all still with us today? All right, I hope y'all can hear me at home as well. I'm gonna tuck these just down here so I don't lose anybody's notes. So I was given a really cool charge, which is way cooler than usually most of my commissions, which is an opportunity to draw on the conversations from the day, right? So I started with a scaffolding of all the things I thought we should know and take away. I worked in concert with the committee, and then I listened all day long, from this morning with my headphones to just until this point. And so I'd like to share this piece, aptly named The Golden Hour. If you listen closely, you might hear the mission or vision of your organization. And if you don't know, it's a great opportunity to explore. This is the golden hour. Whatever shadows cast, there is no time for fear. The blue hour is dissipating, and unifying objectives are closer than they appear. Let this mark the day we declare, no matter what your sector, that there will be no resurrection of sundown towns, that brave new world building is our connector. And the time is always now to create a shared vision, because in the end, it is all about love. Homies helping homies, plays and players with ambition, and there is so much we have learned in this, the intermission. From uses of the ironic to muses of the iconic, unpacking the attic with our alma mater, our first mother, turning our hard shells into soft cover, from movements, makers in memory and liberation for lovers, making strange sacred, no longer estranged from our birthplace, and we can welcome America, calling it a homecoming until home comes, bridging possibilities to palpable outcomes. Come for Philadelphia, stay for at NACS Philly. A place of elegance and grit, a critical time to unify our city and usher in a paradigm shift. This is the golden hour. The sun is on its way to become the new horizon as night turns into day, to see beyond glass cases and glass ceilings, finding new suns to build beyond, to discover the pitch, a perfect fit for this new and hopeful dawn. Expanding on the foundation of Otto and Phoebe, building from Bloxon to Richard J. Watson, building pride in cultural heritage to make meaning. Finding healing in the remnants, in the verse, making roadmaps from the unrehearsed, transmuting trauma to triumph. You can't nice your way to victory, so we will carve out our place as transformational voices of history. Keeping it real through the art of graphic storytelling, using our lives as living praxis. As the world turns and burns, we have to chew gum and become the axis. Increasing access from open streets to open doors, building community power, watering the solutions until the ecosystem is restored. Cleaner, greener, safer, neighbor to neighbor, finding human connection in the humanities, co-creating while waking and designing our own destiny, connecting residents to the natural world, stewarding a cultural plan that brings us to the blanket, not the table, where we tend to the weaving and the fabric. We were born with our seats. Now we must ground ourselves in growth and magic, do real things with real people in real life. We are nature. We predate the wake of AI. We are artists influencing, answering isolation with advocacy and improvement, adapting impact, accelerating and imbuing. We are actualizing inclusion with abandon, intricately accessing interstitial alliances, instantly activating intuitive aperture, inspiring against insurmountable odds. So let's level set and do more than break even. Let us break through with a cultural plan worth believing, not parallel, but interconnected and intertwined, which means your success is dependent on mine. We are Black stars on a blue stoop in the 7th Ward with the Green Initiative using our 6 cents to grow 8 cents beyond imagination. We are 215-683-2100 with an opportunity to make real change because art is intravenous, but it's rarely made in vain. To seek, invest, connect, respect, engage, reframe because nothing is gained by our silence. There is an urgency to unearthing sustainable futures like gardening to reduce gun violence. We are the seeds to lead, strengthen, and amplify. Voices essential for a healthy region. There is a time to reap and sow. Half the battle is knowing the season. This is the golden hour. No matter where the sun is in the sky, we can be an economic catalyst helping all businesses thrive, a community spark to keep the fire alive, to warm hands of fellowship, illumining an ensemble of artists. Many minds make us brilliant, and we shine brightest in darkness. Because no matter where the sun is in the sky, this is the golden hour. The time is always now, and it's time for community power. And we will walk the golden block. It takes a village to raise a style. Art is most powerful when integrated into every facet of our lives, for every neighbor, elder, child, from the youngest busker on Broad Street to the oldest surviving botanic garden in North America. Let's work together to preserve our greatest cultural treasures, embracing our imperfections and the messiness of life, like the curious incident of the dog in the night, till passion becomes policy, till legacy becomes living wage, till theater becomes thought leadership, till music becomes mandate. And our synergy becomes a symphony of rich and varied voices working in concert for the collective care of captive audiences. Let's exhibit how art can transcend race, class, gender, and even the cynical. Let's show them that culture creates roots and reimagination is critical. No matter the course of this marathon, a united state is where we must arrive. The only way through this is together, and if we are intentional, we can thrive. This is the golden hour, our destinies irrevocably intertwined. The blue hour has passed, and the future is ours to decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Lyra Speck. Thank you. Off script, I am so proud. I have to say, I am so proud of what we've done here today, collectively. I had to take a breath. Lyra Speck, your words, your artistry reminds us of the depth and importance of the work that we do. And the fact that you created this, created that just today speaks to genius that we all want to applaud. You nurtured our souls. Thank you so much. So, stepping back, reflecting on this conversation that took place in this room today, I am excited. My heart is full, but you can't sit there. You have to be energized. You have to move forward. We've heard from artists and government officials and nonprofit directors, individuals and artists from here in Philadelphia and elsewhere. And that was intentional. We do wonderful work here that sometimes goes unrecognized and unappreciated. And we wanted to showcase the fact that we are innovation. We are cutting edge. We are impact. And we welcome those practitioners from around the nation that can lift us up even further. And we accomplished that today. This conversation has been lively. This conversation has been passionate, and there have been new ideas and perhaps a little hope in a time when we collectively and individually feel challenged and tired and overwrought and worried and even fearful. So today, let's make this the beginning. Today should be just the beginning. This convening, when we conceived it, was conceived as the beginning of a citywide conversation about how our diverse arts and culture and heritage communities can support the thriving neighborhoods throughout the city. When we first started talking about this, it was a concept, it was an idea, and I feel, and I hope you feel, that something tangible is going to come out of this. We've had conversations before. We've had convenings before. What we have here today, I believe, what we've done is start to turn those ideas into something real, something that we can bring to fruition. So I want to invite all of you to join the Cultural Alliance in January and February of 2025. You've heard that Creative Philadelphia is going to have 11 conversations. You've heard that we're working in collaboration. Well, the Cultural Alliance is going to have additional conversations. Some of those conversations will be by discipline. Some of those conversations will be based on geography, but we have to listen. We are designing this process to get additional feedback so that as we work towards that cultural plan that we've been talking about, so that as we aspire towards that dedicated arts fund we've been talking about, there's a larger conversation. You all have been key to that conversation today. Those people tuned in remotely have been key, but we know that there are other voices to be heard, and it is our responsibility to go to them. And that's what we will be doing. Help spread the word. Participate then as you have now. So we can share these meetings with our networks, but we have to continue the efforts to engage. As you've heard so many people say, this is a long journey. This is a long commitment. This is not a one and done. So let's make sure that, as I've said, this is not just a conversation. This turns into that cultural plan. This turns into that dedicated fund. We are working to make those things a reality. Join us in that journey. We're just starting. Before I go too far, Anne, thank you. You brought humor and grace and connection throughout the day. I kept leaning over to her and saying, what's next? What's next? Because I have been lost in the moment. I've been immersed in the moment. And Anne, thank you. You've done a marvelous, marvelous job. Thank you to all of our panelists who shared their knowledge with us. And to, of course, Chair Maria Jackson. What a difference she has made to the way we are thinking here in Philadelphia. That message about the central role of arts and culture in our civic life has to resonate and carry us forward. So we're fortunate to have had her here with us today and to have had strong leadership at the helm of the NEA. Reality check, we don't know what's going to happen post-January 20. But we know for the moment, we have that strong leadership at the NEA, and we're very, very grateful. Now, let's recognize, we've been talking about we're having a moment. And I want to ask you to celebrate with us because we are having a moment. I'm looking at Gabriella out there, and we are thrilled that Shawn McCaney earlier today from the William Penn Foundation announced that the foundation has awarded $8 million to the Philadelphia Cultural Fund. As the kids say, you better have to recognize that this investment will be transformational in Philadelphia across the cultural landscape because it stands to benefit over 300 organizations with budgets under 1.5 million. When we talk about the grassroots, when we talk about community-based organizations, when we talk about those communities that make connections with our children and with our elders, that's where this money's going to go. Thank you, William Penn, and thank you to the Philadelphia Cultural Fund. Barbara and Lindsay Tucker. So there are other big announcements coming later this week. We all know that many of Philadelphia's theaters and live performance venues are still struggling to recapture their pre-pandemic audiences. I'm excited to share with you all some news that broke this afternoon. Visit Philadelphia and the Philadelphia Visitor Center are working to bring TKTS to Philadelphia. So some of you might not know TKTS. If you go to New York, there's a booth, TKTS, where you can buy day of discounted tickets to Broadway shows. Philadelphia is going to join not only New York, but London and Tokyo as the only places across the globe to have TKTS. And we're doing that to ensure that we are scaffolding, we are building some support around our theater and live performance venues. So thank you, Visit Philly. Thank you, Independence Visitor Center. And thank you for the theaters who worked to arrive at this solution. One more announcement. The Philadelphia Museum of Art will announce a new initiative to provide free guided tours and bus funding for local K-12 schools to visit the museum's new exhibit, The Time Is Always Now. Sweet. Thank you, Bill Adair. Sweet. So the commitment is here. The momentum is growing. So let's thank all of these partners. Thank them for leading by example. And of course, I want to thank all of you again for being here with us and participating in this inspiring conversation. No doubt, we've got a lot of work ahead, but I'm looking forward to collaborating with all of you. We're going to continue this collaborative spirit with Creative Philadelphia and PA Humanities and all the organizations represented in this room in the coming weeks, the months, God knows the years that are ahead, all for the betterment of Philadelphia. So, the beginning of this conference, I talked about how Dr. Jackson's address inspired me to ask, what if? During that same conference, she shared a quote from Toni Morrison. And Toni Morrison admonished us to dream a little before you think. Dream a little before you think. So me being who I am, I'm going to embellish on that a little bit, if you'll allow me that liberty. Yes, let's dream before we think, but let's dream expansively. Then together, let's plan ambitiously And then ultimately, let's act boldly. Thank you. Thank you all. That's it. We're done.